Hello and welcome to the first round of the London Chess Classic 2024. I'm Peter Svidler, and with me is my gorgeous, shining, very shiny.
Very shining. We didn't get any matte for the head. Yeah, I'm Lawrence Trent. It's been a while since I've been in one of these seats. Beautiful to be back here in London and commentating this wonderful event alongside my esteemed colleague, eight-time. It is eight, or is it nine?
It is eight, yes.
Eight-time. Well, I haven't finished yet. I was going to say eight-time, like, not just Russian chess champion.
Still one behind Jovanka, and I'm probably never settling that score. And it's very heartbreaking.
Well, look, it's absolutely lovely to be here, Peter, and of course we're here for one of my favorite events of the whole year. It's been a while. It used to be an event that took place every year. There's been some changes, but we can, I'm absolutely over the moon that the London Chess Classic is back, featuring some of the best players in the world, and we're going to be covering the games of the main event, which takes place over the next week, I should say.
Yes.
Yes.
We're at the Emirates Stadium, which is obviously an added excitement for me who, for my sins, I am still an Arsenal fan somewhere deep down, even though I no longer really... I've switched to different games, which is why I think some redemption is possible. But if I still cared about football, I would definitely still be an Arsenal fan. And very strong main event, and also pretty strong open, which we'll definitely be keeping an eye on. It's not going to be a main focus of. There, in terms of rating, Nikita Vichugov, the latest convert to the England cause. Then the stalwarts, Michael Adams and Gwaine Jones. Young player from the States, Andrew Hong is here. Juven Jun, of course. And Shreyas Royal rounding out the field. Very interesting field.
Yeah, great field, full of experienced heads and young talent, and especially if we look at Shreyas, who, if you're English, you know already what this young man is all about. England's youngest ever Grandmaster, as far as my stats are, as far as I'm aware. He beat, I think, David Howell's record. Many people are touting him to be the next big thing in English chess. He's got all of the talent, and he's got, really, for me, the maturity and the professionalism to make a really big run in this game. So I'm really excited about seeing the journey of Shreyas, and this is going to be a massive test for him, playing against all of these top players.
It's going to be an interesting experience. Probably, I think it's safe to say, the strongest event he's played so far. I think it's a fantastic experience for him. He should just go out and sort of enjoy it, try to... we will have more occasion to talk about sort of what I think is the proper approach for a young player playing his first very strong event. It's going to be easier to illustrate with positions on boards, but my advice would be just kind of ignore the results and go all out and try to learn as much as possible, prove yourself as much as possible. Also, I kind of glossed over Juven Jun's participation. She's a fantastic player. I played in some tournaments with her myself. She's absolutely one of, if not the strongest, active woman player in the game, and a very, very strong player. It will be interesting. On the right is the round robin, and then there is all those tables of the open.
Yeah, and let's just quickly say how privileged we are to be at one of the biggest football clubs in the world to have this event take place. Arsenal, the Emirates Stadium. It's so unusual to be inside a football stadium having a chess event, but Peter and I were talking earlier about we have actually both played inside a football stadium before, because we've both spent quite a lot of time in Germany, And over in Germany, well, there's one football.
Werder Bremen, I think.
Werder Bremen.
Yeah,
they
plays.
actually have their games in the stadium as well, but it's still very unusual.
It is very, very exciting in a way to be playing inside this arena and to have it basically for we're in charge here for a week. Sorry,
Yes.
we're not really, but we can pretend, and it definitely adds a little bit of extra excitement to the proceedings.
Yes. Today's round one. There's going to be a round a day, and we can see now the pairings in front of you there. We've got Vichikov White against Ju Wenjun, Mamedyarov White against Vidit, Hong White against Shreyas Arroyo. That's the battle of the youngsters. We should mention Andrew Hong as well, young grandmaster from the States. I don't know much about him, Peter. I don't know how much you do.
Not a great deal, but he is kind of a very prominent online player.
Right.
I think most of us, if we know something about Andrew Hong, it is to do with his results online. He is, I think, a very well-recognized, very strong player of the shorter time controls online, has had results in things like Title Tuesday, and I think this is a sort of major part of his fame, such as it is. But he's obviously just a very strong all-round young player, and he was here, I think, for the Grand Global Chess League in October. He was one of the replacement players, I assume, for the junior board, and I think he made enough of an impression being around the tournament, and just his name popped up when the lineup for this tournament was being finalized, and now he's back in London a month later. An interesting kind of today we have a nice split. We have two young players playing against each other, and the well-established names playing between themselves, and then there is the game between Nikita and Ju Wenjun.
Yeah, and by the way, Nikita Vichikov, I didn't actually recognize him in the video. I was like, he's got long hair.
Yeah,
he's growing his hair out.
He does something with his hair which I don't know how to describe. It's
long and
ponytailish.
Yeah, I didn't even recognize him. There you go. He's moved to England, grown his hair.
Yes.
He's probably watching David Beckham videos from 1997.
You could never rule anything out with Nikita.
That's true.
It is entirely possible that this is what he's doing, although I wouldn't bet too much money on it.
He's playing there against Ju Wenjun. As Peter said, Ju is still definitely the most prolific female player that is currently active. She's a former, not current women's.
No, I don't think.
Not current, but former women's world champion, and an incredibly strong player.
Playing the match soonish, I would say.
There is a match.
So this is part of the prep, I would assume, a kind of for final bits of prep for the World Championship match. And there we have the ceremonial first move being made by the ambassador of Azerbaijan in the United Kingdom, His Excellency Elim Suleimanov. And Shahryar probably will take this back, I have a feeling. He's not a natural 1e4 player, and there we go. 1d4 played by Shahryar on that board against Vidit. Vidit doing the usual thing that more and more, I think, Indian players do these days. A little final bit of meditation and sort of reconcentrating after all the hubbub of ceremonial first moves and things of that nature. So
I really like it, actually. I really like this approach and just getting the mind ready. And I just also think it's really important that we, before the tournament starts, that we give our gratitude to, there's a lot of people we need to be thankful, but specifically to the big sponsors of this event, XTX Markets. Without them, this event wouldn't have been possible. They've been very generous and allowed such wonderful players to come to play this event after what has been, I remember I spoke to Malcolm Bain from Chess in Schools and Communities. Of course, Malcolm is the organizer of this event. The last time we were doing the London Chess Classic, Olympia, was in 2019. I almost...
That long ago.
I just can't believe it's that long ago. So,
well, as many other things in life, COVID did things to plans and traditions. And it's good that the tournament is coming back, obviously, and we wish it much prosperity and an excellent showcase for chess in London with this lineup. Only briefly disappeared board, we see Shahryar. He used to, I think, he kind of oscillates between playing the absolute central lines of every opening, and then on some days he just rocks up and says, nah, trump today, and let's just play a game of chess. And today seems to be one of those days. He's played bishop g5 on move 2, and
Yeah, can we get that position up on the board? That would be
now that the round is
screen,
underway, we can maybe start putting the chess pieces on
Look
the
at
screen.
that.
Yeah,
Beautiful.
and not just bishop g5, but also bishop d5, bishop g5, d5, and the move e2, e3. Instead of the move e2, e3, I think these days, when you want to try for an advantage, you generally, I think, take on f6. People take, I think, with the g pawn more often than not. And then you play something like e3, and Black's play often is connected with the idea of playing c7, c5. But I think starting with e3 is also possible. I think it probably gives Black a slightly wider choice of options, because you can now avoid doubling the pawns on the f6 square if you want to avoid that. But yeah, they're not playing blindfold just yet. There is a blindfold event planned for one of the days, but it's not today. So pieces will come back, we're sure. Yeah, and there they are. I think the main move in this position remains c7, c5, but other options are, of course, available. You are not obliged to do this. Vidit, though, is a very strong theoretician, so I am expecting him to play what is supposed to be the most principled and the most critical line in response to the Trumpovsky, which has become, I think, a pretty serious option for White. And just as I said that, he's played c7, c6, a move which I don't think I've seen very much in this position. What about you?
Yeah, I've seen it loads. I've played the Trumpovsky tons in my life. I think Raja actually likes this move, believe it or not, with Black. I think it's quite flexible because if you're going to take on f6 now with White, which you of course can, I don't think you take the
I think you take
e-pawn.
with the e-pawn now, and you want to play bishop d6.
Exactly.
f5, knight d7, knight f6, this kind of a plan, yeah?
Exactly, and it's still not very much for White if Black knows what he's doing.
Yeah, and also, of course, and I think there was a game which I think either Shahryar or Timur have played like this with.
Yes.
And this is a very, very well-known
Yes.
thing that can happen to you if you're not careful. And the reason I bring this up is that I think the game I'm thinking of, and the problem is I can't remember exactly who played it and also where, but I think the game continued and didn't even end with Black winning. It was
really?
some sort of a blitz game,
Okay,
yeah,
right.
but between two very strong players. But this is, I'm sure this is at least one of the reasons why people play c6 here and
Yes.
not, for instance, e6, is that if Black sort of declines to pick up the gauntlet with, let's say, knight e4 or c7, c5, you would think maybe White would be interested in switching to Queen's Gambit type structures, but c6 pretty much heavily discourages this because of the Queen a5 check tactics. And Shahryar seems to be at least somewhat surprised by these developments, which gives us an opportunity, I guess, to take a look at some other positions. In the game between Nikita Vitsugov and Juvenjun, this is
Isn't this our game?
not quite, but close.
Close.
Close, yeah. I think you played knight d7. You were trying to play the knight. This is a Rossolimo, not a bishop
Right.
d5 check.
Right, okay.
But this is the kind of the confluence of those two variations where you've played knight 6, but then you switch back to playing d7, d6. Castles, bishop d7, rook e1, knight f6, c3, and a6. This is a very well-known position, of course. And now White has an important choice. I suspect Nikita will play either bishop a4 or bishop c1, bishop f1. Bishop f1 on the board as we speak. It used to be considered interesting to go for this pawn sacrifice with taking on 6 and giving up the pawn on e4 for fast development. But I think by this point it's quite well established that it doesn't really give white anything. So bishop f1 is the main move.
My understanding, Peter, as well is if you just go back, the move bishop c4 was also tinkered with.
Here?
Yes.
Provoking b5?
Provoking b5 and then going bishop f1 and then saying that a4 you've got something to bite with. But I can't quite remember how that went. I think that was a Gawain idea, but I haven't got anything more than that. But bishop f1, of course, is the classic.
Yeah, this is how you're supposed to do it. And she's played e7, e5 quite quickly, which is, I mean, not a shock. The move definitely exists, but generally, and I already even put that move on the board, generally people play bishop g4 here, trying to fight against white's very obvious idea of playing d2, d4 here, occupying the center with both the e4 and the d4 pawn. Bishop g4, if you play d4 here anyway, we might actually get the position which we might get in the game as well, because I think the main reaction is supposed to be takes, and d7, e5 here.
Right.
Not bishop takes f3, but d7, e5 with the idea of meeting d5 with knight d4. And the move e5 that she played, to me, very heavily indicates that if d4 happens here, she will play some version of bishop g4 anyway, because I don't particularly like just completely ignoring this. Nikita, on the other hand, chooses, now that he has this opportunity, he just says, no, I'm not going to let you play bishop g4 altogether. I will play h3 first, and I will be able to play d4, probably a move later, which also makes, I think, perfect sense. Stopping this pin is very useful, and this is why generally I think black does take the opportunity to play it instantly. Bishop e7, I'm guessing d2, d4, and as somebody who has been a player of the closed Spanish positions all my life, I would be quite happy here with white. I understand it's really not a lot just yet. Black hasn't really broken any cardinal rules of chess development, but this is about as good a position as you can get in a bishop b5 Sicilian. In particular, now that she's although I mean, Jun is doing all of these things so quickly that she clearly has a very concrete idea how to follow all of this up, because otherwise, this has to be the explanation. All of this being blitzed out by the Chinese player, because if instead of d6, d5, if you just finish development and allow white to play knight c3, you are significantly worse.
Absolutely.
This is just no fun at all. It's not lost or anything, but you're not going to get the d6, d5 break anytime soon, and white has very, very clearly defined plans in the center, and just simply the pawn on d6 is kind of weak, and this is not enjoyable. But the immediate d6, d5, which is what happened in the game, this is very interesting, because if this works and black manages to solve the issues in the center this way and then castle, black will be completely fine out of the opening instantly. There's just not an issue to be seen, and very nice bit of prep there by the Chinese player. What do you think? Do you like this?
Yeah, I mean, I agree with you. If it works, it works. And, well, I mean, Nikita's not even spending any time here. e5, knight d5.
Well, give black one more move to play castles, and black is completely fine. I'm starting to think maybe black will be a bit better,
yeah.
Because we're better developed with black as well, yeah. So it has to be something very specific right now. I don't know what, though. Bishop c4, but what does that do? Bishop c4, knight b6, and then we can try making some moves, but is it possible to make some sort of bishop takes f7 work here? I doubt it. We just don't have enough attackers. Like, what we are trying to, you know, we're giving up a full piece for one check, and then doing what? Yeah, bishop c4 played. I'm very interested by this, because if after knight b6 you are planning to just play bishop b3 once again after castles, it's going to be very difficult to convince me black can have. I mean, maybe bishop e3, maybe the knight on b6 is a bit vulnerable. We have now created the threat of knight takes e6, and if you take with the bishop, I will take on d8, and you will have to recapture with the bishop not to drop that knight on b6. So maybe this is a little bit of something, but it feels like black is one precise move away here from being completely equal.
And she should have really covered this move if this is indeed her prep. And there's no real reason why we can't. And she
Yep.
does go knight b6.
Yeah.
And this is where we want to see Nikita just take on f7 in 3 seconds and say,
Unlikely.
I've been bluffing you.
Yeah, unlikely. Is bishop g5 a move?
Yes.
Aha, okay. Maybe this. Yeah, maybe we can try doing this. Once again, trying to create some immediate pressure against the black setup, because for the time being, black is still one move away from finishing development with the castling move. Because if this provokes f6, we have definitely achieved something. So let me try something strange. Let me just completely ignore what's going on and try to castle. Knight c6,
Whoa,
bishop c6.
Oh yeah, okay, sorry, yeah.
So if you try to take on d8, obviously the bishop that we're trying to win will escape. So you have to start with bishop takes e7 first. I will take on d1, you will take on d1, I go rook e8, both of your bishops are hanging. Yes, you are a pawn up, because you can sell the light squared bishop slightly dearer, but maybe this is going to be fine-ish for black, because you still have to find a good square for this bishop. I can play, I don't know, rook e2, rook e8, some kind of a count. Obviously, let's say if I play bishop h4 and you allow me to play knight c3 and rook ac1, it's just a very healthy extra pawn. But if I get to play rook e2 first, provoke, I don't know, b3, play knight d5 to stop the knight from coming to c3, then I want to play rook a8, I want to play knight f4. Maybe this is enough?
Yeah,
It's possible this is enough?
certainly the sort of position that...
Yeah, so a very interesting, very, very interesting position here. And Nikita this is the facial expressions of somebody who is trying to, A, remember what the file says, and B, trying to guess why the file that you are supposed to be better in isn't actually giving you any advantage, because your opponent seems to be very happy.
Do you think there's a file here for Nikita?
Yes.
Okay.
I am 100% convinced he is still very much in book. You don't play d5, bishop c4 if you've never seen this position before. You have to take a moment to consider other options. Yeah, with bishop b3, I mean, you do have more conservative options. If you play bishop b3, castles, bishop e3, I'm assuming maybe knight a5 is playable, but still, let's say knight c3, some kind of a naive development like this. This knight on b6 is a bit awkward. You know, I get rook a d1 in, and it still looks a bit... The same position with this knight on f6 is absolutely nothing for white, of course, but with a knight on b6, maybe you have something to play for. So he is not obliged to go for it just yet, but an interesting choice for him. While he's thinking, we have 2 more games.
Yeah.
Let's take a look at the game between the 2 youngsters. Queens are already off in the game between Andrew Hong and Shreyas. Yeah, this is a very fashionable line, weirdly. This is an attempt to make Caro-Kann players despair of humanity and kind of give up the opening by playing knight of 3 d3, because I think you are kind of supposed to go for this endgame, but nobody really likes this endgame. I don't think white really is that ecstatic about having to play it, but black is definitely, this is not why you play the Caro-Kann. They used to play knight fd2 here.
Yes.
Because the idea was that you will play to a4 and the other knight probably goes here and you want to set up like this. But then black realized that you can actually start gaining space on the king side by playing g5, h5, g4, and so on. So the attention switched to the move knight bd2, which is what Andrew played today. Black played knight bd7, knight e1. This is actually all very, very normal, because the knight on f3 is arguably the most useless piece white has. In particular, once black plays e7, e5. So very often it either goes to d4 or to e1 and then d3. And this is what we're seeing today: knight e1, knight c5, f3, e5, knight c4, knight fd7, a4. Obviously a very symmetrical structure. You could argue white has the slightly better pieces, because this bishop obviously belongs on e3, and this bishop just as obviously belongs on e6. But currently there's a knight in front of it. So white is getting to the optimal setup faster. but it really shouldn't be very much. I think a4 maybe indicates that if black plays f7, f6, we might be interested in the idea of playing a5 to stop the move knight b6 from happening, to kind of pin down, not pin down exactly, but to restrict the good squares from knight on d7 once again, to keep the bishop on c8 for as long as possible. Optically, I would say white maybe is a tiny bit better, but it's a line of very, very small margins. You're not going to be massively better by move 15 here.
No.
What's your preferred solution for Caro?
Great question. If you looked at the database,
You're
you'd
not
say-
you're not the one of a 1e4 player.
No, I am a 1e4.
You are.
I have been. I think the Caro-Kann is the opening I've struggled most against.
Oh, okay.
I've tried everything.
I like my question even more now.
I've tried every variant against the Caro that you can think of. From 292
Oh,
to
dear.
the fantasy variation.
Oh dear.
To
292.
yeah, 292 is fun.
Nigel has been.
Yeah,
Uh,
I've played knight c3, queen f3 recently. I've tried it all,
oh dear.
and the winning percentage has not really improved. So the Caro I struggle against. Maybe I should, but I haven't tried this.
Oh, but the queens are off though. I suspect you would not enjoy it as
Not gonna
much
enjoy
as
it as much, no,
as
yeah.
some of the other stuff.
True.
And in our final game of the okay.
Oh, this is right. This is Gawain Jones. This is his. This is come to Papa Gawain Jones stuff.
Okay, let's take a look.
What I love about Gawain is he still plays openings like when he was in his teens, but he's just refined them ever so slightly, and he makes them work at top level. Look at this. What's this? A Scotch Gambit?
Yeah. So it began its life as an attempt to play the Italian. Mickey said, "No Italian for now, at least." Played knight f6. The invitation to play the two knights has been declined. Instead, 2d4 was chosen. E takes d4, e5, knight e4. Obviously, after e5, there is a bunch of moves possible. The main, certainly in terms of statistics, I think the main move here is d7, d5.
Definitely.
By far the most times played over the course of chess history. But knight e4, of course, exists, and even knight g4 is shockingly not that stupid.
And it's totally underrated. And I remember looking at it, and the comp loves this for black as well.
Yeah, knight e4, obviously not with the intention of taking
No.
e5, but with the intention of
D6,
immediately
exactly.
digging this out and removing it from the board. But yeah, Michael Adams chooses knight e4, queen e2, knight c5, c3.
Yeah.
We're not giving white very easy development here, so the d4, d3 is being preferred to keeping the material advantage, because generally developing white pieces for them is not great in these types of positions. So d3, queen e3, bishop e7, b4, knight e6, castles. Both of them got there reasonably quickly, but Gawain is still gaining time. He is above the starting 90 minutes. And Mickey is having to think a little bit. This shouldn't really be a problem for black, I would say, because of, you have a healthy position. If you want to finish development, eventually you will play either d6 or d5, maybe even immediately. And what exactly is your problem? Whereas white burned all this time, moving the queen twice and playing b2, b4. But I guess if you play d5, e6, queen takes d6, I'm assuming the idea is to play rook d1. And this queen on d6, this is a kind of a comical position, yeah? Where,
trapped.
yeah, by move 12, you have somehow contrived to more or less lose your queen here. It doesn't have any good squares. So still a little bit of venom left here for Mickey to deal with.
And Gawain, he always looks for, in his preparation, those small chances. He tries to, he finds a way to manufacture some dynamism. Certainly with white today, Gawain is not looking to make a draw here with white. So
yeah, d6 preferred over d5, but I'm assuming it's going to lead to the same position, because I don't really foresee white allowing black to take on e5. I think he takes d6 is going to come a tempo. I'd be shocked if it didn't. There we go. And now, actually, an interesting question for black, because maybe you actually take with the pawn
Oh, really?
and try to put it on d5, and then later maybe even d4.
Yes.
And it also solves all of your potential issues of, having to deal with rook d1 takes d3.
I would be surprised if he played it, though. I have to admit.
It kind of goes against your instincts, right? To create an isolani for yourself willingly when you have two other moves which don't create a weakness. But bishop takes d3 is not a good move. Just to illustrate my point, something like this with the idea of finishing development with the castling and then going d5, d4, I think is extremely logical. It's just that after c takes d6, you have to deal with ideas of, like, for now, parking the bishop on d5 and then taking on d3 at your leisure later. So it's not an easy decision. And the move we haven't mentioned yet, it might actually be the safest one. Just take with the bishop, castle, develop the queen to f6, and claim that you don't really understand why you're supposed to be worse here.
Yeah, I couldn't see bishop takes d6 happening.
Probably the, quote-unquote sanest decision Mickey has here. The one that appears to be the safest. I'm guessing maybe once again, the pawn on d3 is just not running away, so maybe white even does this first to stop the queen from coming out to f6, and then we proceed from there. The drawback is you will have to trade a lot of pieces if bishop f4 comes on the board, although I would argue that this endgame is not entirely safe, at least immediately. You can
Knight f4?
The white pieces are maybe, knight f4 is a good move. Knight f4 and then jump with the bishop, either to f5 or to
bishop c4, bishop e6.
Or that, yeah. It's a bit meh.
Actually, there's a bishop c4 at the end, but maybe.
No, yeah. I mean, you're trying to calculate a winning chance, but if you just recapture on e6, you're completely safe. You don't really need to go for those exciting continuations. All right, that completes the initial.
That's it. We've looked at the 4 games.
Yeah.
Right.
We're done.
That's it. See you later.
Thanks very much. This has been a fantastic first stream. Where do you want us? Pick a game.
I'm curious how. I think we should go back to Shaq's game because I'm curious how he dealt with c6, and he played, pretty much the way I expected, actually.
Yeah. So after c6, we left it here, and white went bishop d3. The bishop came out all the way to g4, knight e2, knight d7. So you are no longer going to be able to double the pawns on f6, and also black very much wants to play e7, e5 here. You actually, I want to say, want to be a little bit careful with white, because I can imagine this becoming a bit dangerous for white. And once again, c4 instantly loses that piece to d takes c4, and then the check on a5. Shah played h3 instead. Even honestly, even takes e5 seems completely healthy. I'm guessing Shah is going to play something like c2, c3 here, because you do need a square for the bishop on d3. e5, e4 was being threatened, and the bishop had no squares. And then we get some kind of a maneuvering game where white will be shuffling sort of in his own camp for the time being, and waiting for black to decide on where the king goes and how the pieces are going to look like. Or I don't really see anything particularly wrong with just playing bishop h5 either, and playing e5 next move if allowed. And it probably will be allowed, unless we're worried about f4. But if white goes f4, we can definitely take on e2 then and say that we've provoked something which is probably a weakness. And now just, I don't know, e6, bishop e7, and so on. Although you Trump players don't hate this, do you?
I mean, when I was a junior in in England, we had county chess, as you know, right, because of cricket. So, I just remember when I first started playing county, I always used to lose to one system, and it wasn't a London system. It was a Collé system. Sorry, it was a Collé system with d4, e3, f4.
Oh, yeah. So reverse
Knight,
reverse Stonewall.
a reverse Stonewall, but it
Reverse
was a
Stonewall.
reverse Stonewall where they went knight f3, knight e5,
And
rook
you got-
f3, rook h3, and just
And
got mated.
you were getting mated every game.
Yeah.
Yeah, I can imagine that.
So
yes.
that the reason I say that is because what you just put up on the board,
Childhood trauma.
childhood trauma, is,
Childhood trauma.
being awoken.
You have to
in me.
work through those things.
Yeah, it just. So how do I stop this guy getting his rook round? Alas.
This is what therapy is for.
Yes. But no, look, I think that Vidit's going to be very comfortable. I think he knows he's got a few decisions. And I have to say, I really like this setup against the trump. Because after c6, you don't have a sort of... How can you have to play... Bishop d3 allows this bishop g4. If you go knight f3, you might even allow knight e4 there and queen b6. And you've got a weird version of...
Yeah, if we're talking about this position, it's
Yeah.
actually kind of useful for black to provoke knight f3 before playing knight e4, because often white would want to drive it away with f2, f3, and you've ruled it out already. So
Exactly.
yeah, it's a very interesting, flexible,
Very nice
flexible way
move.
of dealing with this. Yeah, I like this.
There is one more move that I wanted to point out. Right there, instead of we were talking about ideas after e3. The move knight bd7 immediately there is a Mickey Adams favorite. This is actually a very good move because if you go bishop d3, you run into e5 straight away,
Okay,
and that's just totally
seems
for
fine.
black.
Yeah, seems fine.
If you go knight f3, we're just in a, and after e6, white's best move is probably to go c4 here, and you're in a queen's gambit declined. And
this is curious. Yeah,
and I don't think you can go f4 because knight e4 because the
it's a bit early. Yeah,
yeah.
it's a bit early for.
So knight bd7 is a
this types of
Mickey
setup.
Adams favorite here, actually.
Yeah. So yeah, Vidit seems. I mean, agonizing is probably not the right expression here. He has a very healthy position. I'm sure he's quite happy with it. But he does clearly he understands that those are very different choices, and bishop h5 and bishop takes c2 could lead to wildly different structures, and both seem entirely playable. So he is just trying to figure out what kind of a game he wants to play today.
Fellow cricket aficionado, and by the way, former British champion, and whose brother, Mr. Jeremy Hodgson, is sitting in the crowd. Hello, Jeremy, nice to see you. The brother of the none other than one of England's greatest, Julian Hodgson, he didn't have these concerns when he was banging out the trump in the 90s. Yeah, he didn't think all 3c6, all of these options. It was d4, knight f6, bishop g5, knight e4.
Yeah.
Will I go h4? Will I go
Grass
f4?
was definitely greener.
The grass was greener.
Yeah.
We didn't have these issues back then. All these kids have ruined it. They've ruined all the fun and the computers.
Were you even alive in the 90s, though?
I was, yeah. I remember looking up to Julian, and anyway. So yeah, I think short summary, Vidit, totally fine. Just deciding on. I actually like taking on e2 here.
I think it simplifies your life a little
Yeah.
bit. Yeah, I think it does make your future play clearly defined. Although, yeah, I don't know. I generally dislike trading bishops for knights, so I think I'd probably be leaning bishop h5 a little bit. But yeah, both are completely fine. I don't know. Would be a difficult choice for me personally here, because yeah, there we go, bishop b2, and then the question is, does he play e5 after the inevitable queen takes e4, queen takes e2, or does he play in a more conservative fashion with, like, I don't know, e6, bishop e7? Because if we continue talking about the position I was describing, e5, c3, let's say we play bishop d6, I go knight d2 for now. I'm not going to claim this is not good. Yeah, and e5 already played. I am very certain c3 is coming.
Yeah, you have to play c3.
Yeah. In particular, because you just want to keep black's option as wide as possible. Just your advantage is, I don't think you have any advantage here with white, but what you're trying to do is you're trying to keep the position as fluid as possible, and you want to keep on asking Vidit to make minute decisions on where are the pieces going, how is the central structure going to look like. Are you, for instance, in the position I have on the screen, which is a bit further down the line, do you want to play e5, e4? Which on the one hand gains space, and in particular if white castles kingside, you can maybe start dreaming of some kind of an attack on the king side. But on the other hand, if we add some moves here, if you play e4, bishop c2, and then you imagine white being able to comfortably play f2, f3, you might regret giving white all this target for play, because let's, I don't know, add some unnecessary moves. Something like this could be very, very dangerous suddenly for black, because the white position starts making a lot more sense. There's now a semi-open file on the f file. There is definitely an attack brewing on the king side. And we haven't really achieved very much with black. So there's still definitely some decisions to be made after e5, c3. I'm curious how he will approach it. One thing I kind of like is maybe actually developing it to e7. Let's say castles, knight g2. And maybe you can consider just actually spending a tempo on getting these bishops off. Takes, I take with the queen, the knight comes out to d6, which is a very good square for this knight. I think arguably a better square than f6. Now that we can support e4 with f5, maybe we are actually threatening to play e5, e4. So,
yeah,
I
really like this.
Yeah, kind of a well-balanced position where, you know, could become quite sharp, or could become a bit of a positional slow boil. Pretty level, I would say. Did Nikita sacrifice anything? No, he hasn't.
Right, he didn't play your bishop e3.
No, he didn't play bishop e3. He didn't play bishop g5. We left this game after knight b6, bishop, and we were discussing this move bishop g5, which ended up not being chosen. Nikita played bishop b3, castles, and now simply knight c3, which I thought gave black a little bit more freedom, because I wanted as much as possible to disincentivize bishop f6. I wanted, if we compare this position with this position, if you play bishop f6 here, I wanted to be able to take on c6 and then take on d8 and force you to recapture with the bishop. And now I can go knight c3 and I can claim that while the structure is still very symmetrical, I have the better pieces. I have some bishop c5 ideas, I have rook a d1 ideas. I might actually have a little bit of something here, although it's never going to be a lot. Whereas now, after knight c3, I can play bishop f6, and if you do the same, I will, of course, extremely happily take with the rook, and then play knight d5 if you play bishop e3. And it's just instantly completely equal. There is not a shred of advantage for white. So after knight f6, I'm assuming he is planning to go bishop e3 here, maybe? Because we... Or maybe something like takes and queen g4, but it doesn't really look very threatening. I'm not a firm believer in this.
No.
Queen d4, even a queen d7, and yeah, I don't think this is very much. So I guess the plan is to play bishop e3.
Yeah.
But because we haven't done this on the previous move, black has ideas of continuing to simplify. Although here bishop c5 might be annoying. Let's do it maybe in a slightly more streamlined fashion. Do this, yeah. Although this is not equal. This is not equal yet. Still, we have this problem of this knight on b6, which is not where it should be. This is
Bottom
still...
line is knights on knight 6, queen's knight 6 are not good.
Yes.
That's it. That's all.
What about king's knight 6?
Also not.
Also not. Okay. Okay.
No, in general, the knights do have problems. They have problems being dominated either by a bishop on b3, or most of the time also just by a simple pawn there, which can just restrict.
Take away so many squares. Yeah. No, this is still a little bit annoying for black. I wouldn't call this a massive problem, but you have to play precisely here. And
Magnus would do well against you with white in that position.
Against me, in any position, but this position maybe particularly. Yeah.
Yeah, he'd do well. He'd do well against most players. Yeah, this is unpleasant, and it's surprising because my voice went really high there. It's surprising because Juwenjin played the opening so far. She whipped out d5, and but why the big hesitation now? Because all the moves that have been played are just
very logical. Yeah,
really logical. So I'm wondering whether her preparation has been maybe just a little bit superficial. Because you should have answers by now. You shouldn't be in a deep think here, because white has done
Probably
absolutely
not.
nothing.
Probably not. Even though I want to say Nikita these days plays a lot of things. So perhaps this is a line that she looked at, not specifically for today, but she has an idea this is correct. She clearly kind of remembers that this is what she's planning to do against this particular line of the bishop b5 Sicilian, but the details have not really been rechecked recently, and then you do have to kind of make sure that you haven't forgotten anything.
I think this is what she's going to do. She's going to take, go bishop f6.
Queen f4 anyway?
Can you try something like queen b8 there? Is that insane?
Yeah, you could. But still, let's say very simply I will take and I will play bishop b3.
Yeah, my pieces are still...
Yeah, you can take and go knight a4.
Yes.
But it's not
I'm
fun.
grasping.
It's not fun,
Bishop
is it? Like
e4,
positions like this.
rook e7
Yes, you
coming.
maybe hold them if you play precisely, but you probably want something cleaner.
You probably don't even hold this.
Yeah, you want something cleaner here.
Okay, he's going to go queen f4. I see no other. Bishop f6 is on the board.
Yeah, has to be f4.
Yeah.
Makes the most sense. The bishop doesn't really want to go to f4, so you're not really taking away any good squares from your other pieces. The bishop pretty much always gets developed to e3 here, because you do want to keep pressuring the knight on b6. Yeah, I don't see. I mean, queen b4, but I don't really think. We don't really want to provoke a5, a4 at all. That actually seems counterproductive.
And after queen f4, if bishop c6.
Bishop b3.
Yeah.
And now we take on c3 and we go knight d5, and we hope that this holds. Yeah. And it probably does hold, actually, quite comfortably. Okay, so bishop c6.
I think this must be her idea.
Bishop c6. We have rook d1, but once we start having to play moves like rook d1, black's problems become fewer.
Yes.
And further between. Further between. So what do we have? Bishop b3 we discussed, rook d1. It probably has to be rook d1, maybe knight e4? Question mark, question mark.
Yeah, knight e4 is definitely an option. Probably have to take it.
I don't know. If you take on e4, I'm sort of happy with white, to be honest, unless it makes a draw immediately, but I don't think it does. Let's say queen takes e4, rook e8. I just take everything and I play bishop e3 here. These positions could be incredibly dangerous for black. You can, in particular, the way the pawns are and the way the pieces are, like a6 and b7 are targets. It's just fun at all, and you are not in time to win this pawn because both of your light pieces are playing. No, I was trying to make knight d5 work, because I think if you do this, you're not really going to win. Yes, the bishop on h6 is annoying, but there should be a way of eventually dealing with it. But my issue is, in this position, there is rook d1, and I wasn't entirely sure. Yeah, queen f4 in the meantime has been chosen by Nikita, and I don't exactly know how we're supposed to unpin ourselves here.
Yeah,
it's a bit annoying, because clearly we cannot play the same position if the queens stay on the board. We will lose this one, and we will lose it quite quickly.
100%.
So rook d1 is bothering me a little bit here. I am bothered.
Okay.
I thought bishop b7, but unfortunately it loses on the spot to knight c3, bishop d6, and something like queen d4, and you have lost material along the d file. All right.
Yeah, this is not so easy for Jun. So we'll have to see how she solves this problem.
Yeah, and it's not great that she's beginning to think on every move
No.
because yeah, you want to be sure of your options here. You want to still be. One thing that occurred to me, which might actually be playable, but it's a very kind of a drastic decision here, is this move.
Very drastic.
Yeah, because honestly, if you take on a6, or bishop takes e3, of course, yeah, this is a blunder. Let's say you go queen e4, I go queen d7, you take on e6, I take, I play. Honestly, even rook e8 is playable, but even something like knight c4. My feeling is this is probably enough for a draw. At least often these types of positions end up being defensible for the side that gave up a pawn because there's enough pressure against the white king side. And the pieces that we have left now that we shed that pawn are good enough that we end up having just enough play to justify giving up material. But obviously, unless you know exactly that this is what you're supposed to do, it's not an easy decision to come to. It doesn't, I think, come very naturally to, the current position doesn't look bad enough for you to start seriously entertaining ideas of giving up material just to trade some pieces. So unless you remember it as a correct move, and I don't know if it's a correct move because obviously so far we are not tired enough and we're not switching the engine on. So everything you hear us say is mistakes under our own steam.
We don't make mistakes. That's one thing to point out. We're just that brand of commentator.
Yes, infallible.
Yeah, infallible. That's it. All right. Not feeling great about Ju and June's position. She has to find something very precise here.
Yeah, it's a lot more difficult, I think, to solve than I originally thought. I thought Black will be a move away, like one precise move away somewhere from being instantly entirely fine. But the fact that we've spent 5 minutes talking about this and we're still not 100% certain exactly what that solution is not great news. Elsewhere.
Ooh.
Okay.
Wowzers.
Actually, this entire line came onto the board all the way up to bishop f4, and Gwaine, instead of our pedestrian queen takes d3, which of course is not in the spirit of the thing, has gone queen e1, bishop c1, queen takes c1. Importantly, queen takes c1 because you don't want to allow knight f4. If you recapture with the rook and allow knight f4, you might actually be in some trouble because knight e2 check is a big threat. So queen takes c1. Gwaine is up 3.5 minutes from his starting 90. Apologies for the slight echo. And Mickey is down to below an hour after 15 moves. I think the only player so far who is down below an hour. Clearly playing against somebody who is on top of things today, has a little bit of an opening idea and actually got his opening prep onto the board successfully. And honestly, it feels a little bit annoying for Black because if you cannot play queen f6, you cannot play knight f4. White wants to play, I don't know, rook d1 takes d3, or maybe even the slow way around, queen e3, and then bring the other one into play via the d1 square. And for Black, you're still struggling to solve the issue of what to do with the bishop on c8. The knight on e6 is very much in the way. If we could just jump over it and play bishop c8 g4 here, we'd be instantly fine. But sadly, it is
how
somewhat
ridiculous
illegal.
is it to just play b6 here?
With the intention of playing f5 or no?
No, because knight eg5 still exists.
Still, yeah.
I just want to fianchetto the bishop.
Bishop b7. Not ridiculous at all, because we do want to connect the rooks. We do want to, like, if we have time enough to play queen e7, rook a8, rook f8, we'll probably be going to be completely fine. It's a bit slow, but it definitely is a consideration. So b6 would be one option. There really is no way to get this knight on e6 to any kind of a good square that I can see. because we just cannot get to the f4 square at all. We can't really support the move knight e6 f4 with any of our pieces. Is there any point at all in trying to include a5, b5, and then going... I don't know. Let's try this. I want to play a5, b5. I want to play knight e7. You probably play rook d1 here, because queen e3 I will very happily meet with knight f5.
Yeah.
So you play rook d1. I want to play knight g6. Rook takes d3. I want to play queen e7. And I want to claim that I now have some jumps for my knight on a6, finally. I have some prospects for that piece. You probably play rook d3, e3.
Really?
I'm guessing to establish... What would you play? Queen e3? Or
No,
what's your first
I was
choice?
going to play a move that will sicken you, maybe.
h4 or something?
No, I mean, not make you throw up, just mildly sick. I was actually thinking about bishop takes e6 here.
Okay.
I know it's
And?
a knight d4 or something like this. How
I
ridiculous.
mean, it does make some sense, but
But it's nothing, is
I'm
it?
not in love with it.
No,
Yeah, bishop
it's-
d5. I mean, I guess you play knight g3,
Yeah.
but it's not great.
Even
No, I think
that.
rook e3 is a bit annoying, though, because
Rook e3.
we still have to establish where the knight bishop on c8 goes. Maybe we have time to play b6, bishop d5, though. Yeah, it's a bit
Knight
annoying.
eg5.
It's still a bit iffy.
Knight eg5.
Yeah, maybe b6 is a bit too slow.
Can I have another suggestion,
Okay.
which is also an insane suggestion. Is the move d2 here at all actually a move?
Yeah. The idea, of course, is that, as we've established, we really want to make a move with the knight on e6, and getting to the f4 square is massively important. So I guess this is the default setting.
Yes.
But then we get this endgame, I'm guessing we take with this knight, because allowing knight 65 is strange. But yeah, this looks... Hang on. How do we solve this?
I haven't
exactly?
figured it out yet. It's just a move that occurred to me, but I haven't figured out actually how to continue.
I really don't mind it at all. I like the idea of getting the queens off, because getting the queens off the board here gives us time to finish development, because we're less, stressed about allowing some kind of an attack on the king's side.
If we could play the move knight e6 to d6,
Oh, we'd be instantly fine, yeah.
so we just need to amend the rules of chess in this position, and we'll be fine.
That would be one way of dealing with our problems, yeah.
We can't do that, right?
These days, it's all Calvin ball. It really is all Calvin balls. So.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, knight f4, g3, knight g6, although kind of ugly. No, it really is ugly after rook e1, both of our knights.
Yeah.
That kind of stupid. No, don't like it.
I can't make it work.
I mean, how bad are we doing if we just go bishop d7, rook a d8, and put it back on c8 and say our problem wasn't really the bishop, it was that we couldn't connect the rooks, and we have now connected the rooks. Yes, we're a bit passive, but no weaknesses. Eventually we'll be able to simplify. It's definitely an option. And then we have to solve
Yes.
a further problem of what happens if the
Correct.
queens stay on the board.
This is where we need that ever so important tempo, but I don't see how we...
Queen f6, g6.
I know we
is
can go.
not-
We can try the idea before is knight f4, and if knight e4, bishop e6. I know, but
I like this.
yes,
Queen f4, bishop takes e4. Let's
C4.
play rook f. Maybe e1. We still have this slightly stupid donkey on
yes,
c6, don't we?
yes.
We still haven't really solved the entirety of our problems. We're getting there, but it's not... what if in this position we go knight d3?
Oh, I hate it, but
I want to play knight e5 next, but
I can
think
see-
maybe the issue is something like this might be quite annoying.
yes,
And then rook a d1, rook f e1, all
Yes.
of these things will start coming in. The more I look at this, the more I kind of like what Gwaine has done in the opening today.
oh yeah, I do. I think it's great. I think it's great, and he's still in book.
So he's up 40 minutes,
Yeah.
and it's not even honestly obvious that this is equal.
No. No, I think this is a tough position for Mickey. And he's probably thinking, you know, can't I just have an easy first game and it's Friday? And now he has to really think. He's upset that he's had to think in this position.
Who likes that?
And he's thinking,
we have not.
But look at his facial reaction there. He was just like, it's just like, oh.
Yeah.
He's got 40 minutes.
We have not chosen this game as our, raison d'être, to think. Yeah? We just,
No.
That's not why you play chess. D2. Well played, Mickey.
He did do it.
Yes.
Okay. Let's see then.
Yes.
What this the follow-up's going to be.
My money is on knight e takes d2.
Yes.
More or less instantly. I think this is what we're going to see. Not instantly. I mean, I've already lost that bet, but I still think the queens are not coming off just yet.
Okay, Gawain is thinking now, so maybe
we go knight g5. Maybe we try to sort of simplify by hook or by crook, just getting some pieces off the board.
I like this.
I'm not in love with it, to be honest, but
no?
I mean, my issue is we're going to have to put the knight on c6 on some uncomfortable squares potentially, but maybe a5 is fine. Maybe a5 is fine, like bishop b2, we take on f3, we go bishop b6, we go queen f6. It's not bad,
no.
right? And if we don't get mated very soon, it will be on c5 in 3 moves time, and it doesn't look like we're going to get mated very soon. Yeah, maybe knight g5. Maybe this is what we're planning to do. And if we take on g5 and play knight e4, take.
You can take.
And it's I have knight e5 here. It's massively important that we get to play knight e5 here. And after bishop b2, we can now quite safely play bishop f5 and then b7, b6 if the knight, like knight c5, b6 is not really going to be very much. All right. I like d2, and honestly, I think Mickey is, if you can have a complaint about his approach today, maybe he would have preferred to have done this faster.
Yeah.
But very sensible play so far by the
former number one.
The wily old fox, yeah.
He is a wily old fox, isn't he? All right.
Where do we go? Direct me somewhere.
Direct you somewhere. Let's go. Let's see the kids. We haven't looked at. Not much.
Not much, no. Not much. And
hold on a second. They're playing like the 50-year-olds in this game.
Yeah, it's all completely wrong, because what Gawain is doing today is very much how the kids are supposed to
correct
semi-gamble in the opening, and this is the very solid approach, the symmetrical pawn structures.
What am I watching here?
It's still a little bit annoying for black, I would assume. Like if you take on d3, bishop takes d3, bishop c5, you have to contend with the fact that the knight lands on b6. But maybe it's not very much anyway, because I am about to play bishop b6, and once that happens, it can't really be that bad. Is there any merit to taking with the pawn? The answer is probably no. But then maybe we do something like this, and we pretend that we maintain some pressure, because if you take, I want to be able to play d3, d4. But honestly, even if you achieve what I assume is the absolute maximum, which is some kind of a position like this starts reminding me of some Slavs, right? There are some positions in a d takes c4 Slavs, which honestly, with the pawns on a5 and a4, often end up being slightly worse for white. So maybe we're not really dreaming particularly big here. Yeah, I think we'll leave this one to
cook.
To cook, yeah, because this is very symmetrical.
Hong Royale, or are we looking at Anderson Ribley?
I mean, you paid the young men a very big compliment there.
Well, both of them actually.
Yes,
to be fair.
yes.
To be fair.
Absolutely, but yeah.
Yeah, this one definitely needs a bit more cooking. Let's move on then to, so we looked at...
Whoa.
Yes.
Many moves.
Yes.
E5 has been played as expected. Shahryar responded with c2, c3. And Vidit went for a very, very concrete
Wow.
line. So he went e4 while the knight, very importantly, while the knight is still on b1, which allows him, after e4 bishop c2, to play queen b6, which is awkward because you would very much like to be able to play knight d2 and rook b1 as a kind of a one move here. And since you cannot, your choices are, you would maybe actually play bishop b3 if not for the fact that you don't have a particularly good reply to a7, a5. And your problems kind of persist. Or you are forced to play b2, b3, which is not really a move you are playing with any degree of love and ecstasy. Yeah. Bishop d6 castles. But now we have this structure where it's similar to what we were discussing earlier. If white gets to play knight d2 and then f2, f3, and black in the meantime has done nothing, white, I think, will be quite happy. But first of all, Vidit isn't even obliged to castle kingside, although he probably will. And secondly, now that the pawn is on b3, we can try to postpone knight d2. We can, for instance, if you play queen a5, maybe not immediately, but as a kind of an idea, just put the queen on a5 and ask white, do you want to play c4? Do you want to play b4? How are you going to solve the issue of finishing development of your queen side? But this is potentially a very sharp position because Shah is going to try to open up the center, and if that happens, it becomes a very concrete, very sharp position, because if the f file opens, once again, we're talking about a structure such as this. If the f file opens, white suddenly becomes very, very interested in the black king. One thing to mention in the current position is that you can play queen c7 and ask white, are you actually prepared to sacrifice this pawn? Or are you prepared to play f3 with the knight back on b1? Which one is your pick? Or are you taking on f6, which I don't even want to mention it. Kind of the idea of trading our beautiful bishop on h4 for the knight kind of makes me sad.
I was talking earlier to Mickey just outside. He said, "You're getting on a bit now, aren't you? You're getting old." I said, "Well, thanks. I mean, you know, not over the hill just yet." But he may be onto something, because the thought of giving up the pawn here actually sickens me. Yeah, what was it? 92 g5.
Yeah, the thing is, we're not actually getting very much for it.
We're getting nothing. Now, back in the day, I would have given up that pawn willy-nilly.
I mean, yes, we can play rook f5,
Yeah, so
we can double the rooks, but it's not really anything. Like, even I can even sort of castle into the maw of the storm, but there's just no storm.
There's no storm.
There's just nothing here.
Even 98, 96 there,
it's
followed by
just
f5.
not any kind of an attack
No
at all.
storm.
Yeah, I think we are playing f3 probably.
Moral of the story is, with age comes great wisdom.
Absolutely. Although not to everyone.
Just not to everybody.
Not to everyone.
f3. Yeah, I think you have to play this move.
And honestly, the fact that knight is not on g2, I could not really work out why black, gains very much from the fact that knight g2 will happen next move and not immediately.
I would still take white here, just actually.
Yeah. Yeah. I like the fact that Vidit made white play b2, b3. I thought that was clever, but the more I look at this position, the more I think it hasn't really changed the underlying dynamics. You still don't really have a particularly good reply to this very, very straightforward plan of knight g2, f3 in some order. And then you suddenly have to very much care about protecting your king side. Which is why that plan that I mentioned a bit earlier, where you could just play bishop b7, castles, and knight e8, although it's a lot more restrained. I think in terms of solving your opening problems such as they are, it may have been a safer choice. We'll see. This is
Yeah.
for the time being, this is maybe the most potentially exciting position we have in the round.
Yeah. What I might suggest is, producer, are we doing breaks whenever?
We can call for breaks.
I think
if
we're
and
about an
when.
hour and a half in, are we?
yeah.
Something like that. And so I think we're just going to have a quick breather. The good news is that all 4 games are actually, very different and very interesting. So we've got no dead ones yet. And we'll be back in just a few minutes for continued coverage of this round 1 of the 2024 XTX London Chess Classics. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back.
Stay tuned. welcome back.
Welcome back. Wow. Hold on. Our voices are more amplified. I like it.
So,
I can hear myself think, literally and metaphorically now.
I do not believe that. I have a very
Maybe.
specific reason for it. But
Welcome
Anyway.
back. This is round one of this year's London Chess Classic, sponsored by XTX Markets. We are right in the middle of
round
the
one.
opening round, yeah. And
And the game we like the most, I guess, so far is this game between Gawain Jones and Michael Adams. And
Yes.
it continues amusing us in a very, very specific way.
Yes.
Once we get the position up on the board, we can talk about that. And Gawain has only just now, I think, gone below the starting 90 minutes. He is finally spending actual time. And we left it after Queen C1, D2, and we were talking about the differences of the two recaptures that White has in this position. Obviously, Queen takes D2 is a move, and Knight E takes D2 is a move. Instead, the pawn continues being on the board.
It's just incredible.
Yeah, it's still there being attacked by 3 white pieces, and Gawain is choosing to keep it there in order to maybe have some tactical solutions to the move Knight F4, which is by far the most important move that Black wants to play, and Mickey has played it.
It would actually be very difficult to explain the past 5 moves to a sort of beginner player. Here's a free pawn. No, I'm going to ignore it and let it advance.
Yeah, the concepts involved here are quite tricky, and it's basically all revolving around Black trying to solve the issue of finding work for this knight on e6 and finding work for the bishop on c8. And now after knight f4, White has, obviously you can finally take on d2, and Black will probably play something like queen f6, and the bishop is trying to come out via the f5 square, and it honestly doesn't look all that threatening. Both bishop f5 and bishop e6 are playable. And probably a slightly sharper option, which is knight eg5, creating a rather straightforward threat of mating one with queen takes h7, to which Black probably replies with g6. Now bishop f5 is a threat. You probably want to play queen e4, and Black plays queen f6. And we get to a point where White's attack, such as it was, has run its course, you want to say. And you have to pay attention to a very real threat of h7, h6. Knight on g5 currently has no squares, so you probably play something like queen e3. The queen was actually on e3 5 moves ago, and it's gone the full circle. It's gone back to c1 and then c2, e4, and back to e3. All of this is very quirky. And queen e3 does a few things here. It creates a nice square for the knight to retreat if it gets chased away. It protects the pawn on c3, which is maybe less important now, but for the future, I guess, is very useful. And for Black, what you would like to play is something like bishop g4, but your pieces might get a little bit stuck. So maybe you spend the tempo on something like king g7 for the time being. And if knight e4, you have queen f5. And it seems like it's a bit risky optically for Black. It still feels like your pieces don't really have particularly good squares, but there's no real way to exploit it immediately. For instance, knight g3, we very happily go back to f6, and we offer this repetition. But for the time being, knight g5 hasn't been played, and Gawain, as we mentioned, he is finally, I think, very much on his own and having to think about decisions probably for the first time in this game on move 17. Mm-hmm. What would be your choice here if you were to choose between knight takes d2 and knight eg5? What would be your instinctive choice? Or rook a1, a move which we haven't mentioned actually. But this also is, of course, very much an option if you want to.
Yeah, I think we are, yes, ever so slightly getting, yep, the sound improved.
So if those are your 3 choices, which one do you feel is the more attractive?
I'm not attracted to any of them, if I'm brutally honest.
I was going to say,
They all make me feel slightly indifferent while Peter gets a quick mic readjustment. I would like to make Rook AD1 work. I would like to...
Rook A1, my issue is, I
Bishop
think I
F5.
can play Bishop F5, Rook takes D2, Queen E7.
Queen E7, precisely.
Rook F1, and now both Rook AD8
Exactly.
and Rook F8 all look perfectly playable.
Correct.
Well, Rook FD1, a move which we absolutely failed to mention. This is very quirky. Why would Rook FD1 be stronger than Rook AD1? What would be... And also, what's the plan against Bishop F5 anyway? I'm not in love with this. I really am not in love with this at all. I mean, I guess it comes to the same if I play Bishop F5, Rook D2,
Yeah.
Queen E7, and you have to play Rook E1. It doesn't really matter which rooks you chose. They still ended up on D2 and D1, but I feel like this has to be completely fine for black. Let's say after Rook F8, how are you even... What's the comfortable way of protecting this pawn, this knight on E4?
There is almost no way, is there?
You know, I mean, honestly...
Importantly, knight FG5 runs into... No, it doesn't run... Yes, it does run into Queen
Bishop
H5.
F7 and just any move, yeah.
I didn't even see Bishop takes F7, Peter. I was solely... No, because I was solely concentrating on knight HG5, the rook AC1, Bishop F1, but the queen is hanging at the end. So
Yeah.
it's total nonsense.
Yeah, this does not work at all because you are
Yes.
down half a chess set here.
Or as the kids say, down bad, right? You are down bad.
Yeah, Rook FD1. Yeah, I
Very
have to
weird.
say I'm a little bit confused by this, and it makes me feel like we're missing something simple. And I mean, if White wants to bail out, I guess there is the option of Queen takes D2. Queen takes D2, and then Knight takes D2, whichever knight you prefer. I guess E, because if you take with the other one, you are also giving me the E5 square, so you're giving me every square known to man. So whoops, sorry. I'm guessing it's the E knight, but there is, I mean, if anyone is better here, it's not White.
It's not white.
It's not White.
No, I don't understand anything that Gawain has done here. And there's something about the whole past 5 moves that doesn't...
Well, I mean, he was certainly in books 2 moves ago. In book 2 moves ago, the entire sequence.
Maybe.
Of, like if we look through this, yeah, Bishop F5. Mickey, I think, is now mystified in the best possible way, because he must now be feeling that, you know, he might actually play for a win today,
Absolutely.
which really did not seem particularly likely 5 moves ago, or even 3 moves ago, where, yes, we were sort of equalizing with black, but we were never really more than equalizing. We were trying to kind of solve the immediate problems and hoping that the structural integrity of our position is going to be enough not to be worse. But I don't know. It feels to me like you might have to take with the queen.
Yeah.
Because I can't equalize this position for white. I don't know. I mean, maybe but knight g5 here, I mean, you don't have an answer to h6 very simply. So it looks like you have to play rook e1. And, I mean, rook a8 is also strong, but I don't see any reason why not rook f8. And you're just dropping material here, aren't you? I don't see any solution at all. Like, there is just no good way.
Yeah, he does take with the queen.
Yeah, this is what it looked like. But then my question is, if you're taking with the queen, why are you including rook fd1 and bishop f5? You could have done it here. And if bishop f5, I would argue I will find stronger moves in this position than rook fd1.
Absolutely.
I mean, knight b3
Knight
or
b3
something.
is just screaming out.
Specifically knight b3, you're
Yeah.
trying to put it on d4 or c5. It's
Correct.
just a much more useful general move to make in this position than rook fd1. Or if you want to move the rook at all, I think I'm putting it on e1, not d1.
Of course.
So this is honestly a little bit mystifying to me. I don't really understand this particular sequence by Gawain. And yeah, Mickey will, of course, you are not even entertaining the idea of bishop before queen f4. This is not We are never. I know what I know what he's thinking about. He does have knight h3 here.
Ah.
He does have knight h3 check, and you do get to ruin the white structure on the king side. But after queen f4, once again, it gets very uncomfortable. Because after queen e7, rook e1, you might end up, this pin along the e file might end up costing you the piece. Yes. So while it's cute, I don't think it works. And I don't think you spend more than 15 seconds on it.
It's also not Mickey's style somehow, I would say.
Yeah.
Mickey's probably like, these computers overrated. Not in a Russian accent, but he might use his Russian alter ego.
Yeah, we made a mistake of discussing meerkats prior to the show, and now Lawrence does the Russian accent.
The meerkat advert.
Yeah,
because people may...
Really inopportune moments in my opinion. It's extremely inappropriate.
Very inappropriate. But the good news is I'm not employed by any big corporations, so be it. And Thomas Rendell approves in the crowd, so if I've got his approval, that's all that matters.
Yes.
Yeah, no, this is complete nonsense.
Yeah, we take on t2 and then we choose from any number of very comfortable moves that you can make here. I don't know if we want to include a5, b5, but rook a d8 seems healthy. Even like if you really want to equalize on the spot, I'm guessing something like bishop e6 equalizes on the spot.
Yeah.
But yeah, Mickey is going to be very comfortable here. Yeah, we are now at this juncture. Rook a d8 should be completely fine. Rook fe8 also should be completely fine. I think it's a matter of taste, really, what you do here. You are no longer really worried you might be worse at all with black. The question is whether you might now actually start playing for a win. I suspect the reason why white might be worse is we have played b2 before some time ago, and the pawn on c3 might become a bit of a target, but it's some way in the future. It's not really anything immediate. So still probably, very level, but I think a pretty good outcome for Mickey considering that he was down on the clock quite significantly and still dealing with a bit of home cooking there by Gwaine. Elsewhere...
Talking of home cooking, because when I do my commentaries as well, we do a lot of chess. It's 95% chess. But what is your favorite home-cooked meal if you had to choose? You don't have to answer.
I get spoiled at home, so it's hard to pick one. But yeah.
Are you a fan of the sort of Soviet/Russian favorites, borscht and galupsi and
borscht? Yes, galupsi not necessarily. No, but the kind of the fusion of like things that go towards Georgian cuisine a little bit.
Oh yes,
things of that nature are.
I do like Georgian.
Anyway,
okay, there you go. If you didn't know.
Yeah, Nikita is actually quite a bit better here against Jun for the reason that we kept on harping about in the first segment. This knight on b6 is just not great.
Yes.
I like queen f5. We left it somewhere here after bishop c6. We were expecting Nikita to play rook d1, and so he has queen e7, bishop e3, bishop e5. And I like queen f5 here, which it's an annoying square. You probably cannot really tolerate the queen on f5 for too long, but provoking g6 makes a lot of sense. Now we will drop it back to g4. And on top of everything else, you now will have to calculate bishop h6 in every single position. You have to not necessarily worry about it just yet, but it's at the back of your mind now that you have to not keep this under control. And if you play knight d7, I wanted to say I assume it's knight d5, but actually knight d5 might be a mistake because bishop takes d5 followed immediately by knight f6 gets a lot of material off the board very quickly, and this is something that white very much would like to avoid. So how do we proceed from here? Can throw in. Actually, maybe bishop g5.
That's what I was about to say. Bishop g5.
Bishop g5. Yes, knight f6 will happen, but we can establish this extremely annoying pin along the h4 d8 diagonal, and moves like rook e1 become very, very problematic for black. And there's, once again, having provoked g7, g6, not only have we softened the knight on f6, we also made the move h7, h6 completely impossible to organize. So there's just no way to shake off that pin. And if you play bishop f6, you probably just instantly lose material to rook d7, bishop d7, bishop f6.
Yeah, that's cute.
And you're down quite a lot of material straight away. So yeah, bishop g5 seems to be very strong here. Yep, queen g4 played. Yeah, you might have to make incredibly uncomfortable decisions for black already. I think I saw on my screen, and we did
h5.
We did no h5. Queen
oh,
takes,
sorry, you dropped
that would
g6.
be,
Excuse me.
That would be a bit unfortunate.
At least they didn't catch that on camera. Oh no, wait.
Absolutely, yeah. I think I saw on my screen that the engine, in order to somehow not get completely overrun immediately, is making this weird-looking move bishop c7, which does have at least one good thing going for it, apart from not blundering knight on b6.
Yes.
We do create this idea of playing queen e5 to, maybe have at least some kind of counterplay for ourselves. But even something simple like bishop d4 with the idea of maybe restructuring our rooks, putting one on e1 and the other one on d1, it's just not a pleasant position for black, because these two bishops are just so much better than their counterparts. I don't know how much Nikita actually knew, but it seems like they both were, to a degree, expecting and aiming for the very same line that they ended up getting onto the board. And the outcome seems to favor, I think, Nikita's approach quite a bit. This is very pleasant for white. I don't know if bishop d4 is the strongest move, but why not? Seems like it does give white a decent edge. What would you play here? There are so many choices, right?
Yeah, I couldn't give you an answer straight away. I do feel as though I would be very happy to be white here, somehow.
Yeah.
Again, this knight on b6 is just such a problematic piece. Although I wouldn't be able to tell you exactly what I would do. I mean, even a move like h4
Exactly,
here.
yeah. Because I suspect it might end up being a little bit too slow.
Yes.
But the idea of playing h4,
Yes.
h5 is incredibly healthy here.
Yes.
Because if that happens and black doesn't have an immediate answer to it, you are very happy. But the problem is, maybe now we can play knight d7, bishop g5, and that move that I was mentioning, queen e5, because this counterplay connected with queen h2 check might be just enough tactically to get black enough time to get the knight over to f6. And if that knight actually gets over to f6 without us being able to pin it, the position definitely improves. And
So
yeah.
do we have another move after knight d7? This is a kind of...
Well, you can go...
I guess we
I
don't...
guess you can go h5, but... Because if you play knight f6, I do have queen h4 or queen g5, and you will not be able to take on h5 with the knight, which is what you would like to do.
And I like h4 because...
No, it makes sense. It definitely makes sense. It might not be the strongest move in the position, but it absolutely is part of what you are trying to achieve here with white, this push of the h-pawn down the board. But for the time being, the Chinese player has to find bishop entirely academic. The position might just collapse.
Yes.
Like, for instance, in comparison, if you play queen c7 here, and I play h4 here, this you probably just don't stop. It feels like you might actually get completely overrun because the pieces are just not where they're supposed to be, and there is no good way to stop white mounting a very significant attack on the king's side. And I was going to say she's also behind on the clock, and she is, but not by a massive amount. It's 58 against 49, so that's not really such a problem. The quality of the position is a much bigger issue for her, I think, than anything else.
talking of Chinese and brilliant players, of course, we've got the World Championship finals taking place, and we've got
Yeah, we should
Ding
probably
against Gukesh.
talk about that a little bit.
We're just going to talk about that because it segues nicely what you just said. I've been very surprised by Ding's time management. I think it's been poor. It's been, yeah, I think in game one as well. You know, we
Yeah,
played,
although in game one, I think maybe gave us a slightly lopsided expectation of what the match will be, right? Because game
Yes.
one was undeniably very exciting
Yes.
from any angle you want to choose, including the fact that Ding played the first half of it very slowly, and you could argue maybe even not that well, and then somehow things were completely inversed in the second
Correct.
half, where he gained a lot of confidence, and Gukesh seemed to lose all of his, and Gukesh started playing slower and slower, and honestly poorer and poorer. But everything we've seen so far since that game one is, it's not 4 games in. It hasn't really been a blowout we've all been kind of worried might happen,
yes.
considering the form Ding has shown this year. But one thing, and we were discussing this, I think, both with you, Lawrence, and
Yeah.
also at breakfast with other people. Ding has, and it's a kind of a strange comparison, but the comparison in my mind is very specifically with Magnus. They both are, in their own very different ways, very good interviews. Because I think they both are brutally honest about what's going on with them. They give straight answers, which you can actually trust in 99.9% of the cases. And the reason I bring this up is there was this really famous moment in the press conference before game one even, where they're sitting there and Maurice Ashley is doing introductions and asking them very normal, your typical kinds of anodyne, vanilla questions you get asked before the first game of the World Championship match. And then I guess he was asked, how's your preparation going? And Ding said, I began preparing for this match 3 weeks ago. And there is this picture of both Gukesh and Maurice just turning at him like,
Yeah.
excuse me?
Yeah.
This is a World Championship match? And, with somebody else, you would think maybe this is a joke or
Yes.
an attempt to, level your opponent into thinking that something is true when it isn't. With Ding, though,
Yes.
I think what it means is that he began preparing for
Correct.
this match 3 weeks ago, which really feels unthinkable to me, but appears to be true judging by what he's doing with the white pieces in particular. It really doesn't seem like there is any kind of an overriding philosophy behind his choices or any particularly kind of interesting opening ideas. He's just playing things to play things. And the timing is also a little bit suspect. Something from which you began this conversation.
Yes.
This hasn't been a stellar year for him, has it?
It really hasn't. And well, he's still underdog, of course, to retain the title. Doesn't look comfortable at all up there. I mean, he doesn't in general, but I mean, the nerves that are so palpable, the tension with him is so palpable, and he's so uncomfortable.
Still, it's important to remember that there was also very much the feeling during many of the and the previous World Championship match between Ding and Jan Nepomniachtchi was a match of many, many kind of separate segments. It felt like we felt that one player was dominant over like a short period of the match, and then it would turn more or less entirely within the course of the next 2 or 3. But what that game taught us, I think, is that no matter how vulnerable he feels, no matter how uncomfortable he appears to be at the board, it's very dangerous to write him off.
Of course.
He is
He's still a class player.
Yeah, when he plays well, and he's even in this match has shown glimpses of his best play. He is absolutely a match for anybody on the planet. It's just that yeah, it's difficult for him to maintain consistency and the speed with which he takes decisions, which I think often is a very good indication of which form you're in. If seemingly simple, natural decisions take you, I don't know, 20 minutes, half an hour, which we've seen being taken this much more than once, it's probably an indication that you're not as yet firing on all cylinders.
Correct.
But the scores are level.
Yes.
4 games in, scores are level, and nothing.
Long way to go.
Yeah, nothing is decided. But
No.
yeah, those are, I guess, the first impressions of the initial salvos in that match.
Okay.
Where do we go?
We'll go back to this tournament. Let's go to Shaq.
Yeah. Whoa. Whoa. The structure has been changed dramatically here. We left this game after castles, and we were more or less entirely trying to figure out what's going on if white pushes for the f3 break. And Shach went in a completely different direction. He thought, if I've been provoked to play b3, and also if the black pieces are specifically on b6 and d6, it makes sense to play c3, c4, creating this very direct threat of c4, c5. And perhaps the knight will be even developed to a very beautiful looking c3 square. And then if I want, I can maybe even go back to my idea of playing f3. And in reply, Vidit went for a very concrete reply with d takes c4, which would have been very bad structurally, but unfortunately for white, if you take with the b pawn, you kind of lose material immediately, because you can't really solve the issue of disentangling all of this group of pieces. So you can take with the queen. I don't think there is particularly anything wrong with taking with the queen, but Shahriar found a very interesting way of playing here. He's gone knight g2, c takes b3, and now looks like you have to recapture on b3, but no. He goes knight takes e4, using the fact that the bishop on d6 is hanging for the time being. This is now a legitimate pawn sacrifice, because you can, if you want, play knight e4, bishop b4, and b takes a2. Or even b3, b2, to be honest, although it looks kind of ugly to put the bishop on a3 like this. But, I mean, for the time being, I don't see how it gets smoked out. But it might be very awkward to meet this move, bishop f5. I think this is probably the intention here. Bishop f5, and weirdly, there is just no good squares for the knight on d7, and also the d8 square is taken away from the rook. So your choices are, you want to play knight b8? Probably not. It doesn't look like a move that very many people enjoy making. Or maybe you want to play queen c7, but now I can go queen d3, and you're being torn apart from every direction, and the bishop cannot stay on a3. You have to retreat. I will take on b2. And now with the bishop pair and material being equal, this is obviously a very pleasant advantage for white. So if you want to go down that road, you are probably taking on a2.
Wow.
To which white responds. Actually, bishop f5, even here, bishop f5 might be very interesting. Bishop f5, queen c7, and queen g4. Trying to put a lot of pressure on this knight on d7. And of course, if it goes somewhere, you might actually get mated on the king side quite quickly.
Well, you will get mated.
Yeah, I think here you actually just do get mated.
You do get mated.
You do get mated
You
on
just
the king
get.
side. Suddenly a very, very interesting turnaround here. And a line which...
And taking on c2?
Yeah, if you take on c2, I will take on d6. The knight will be supported by bishop g3 if it needs to be supported. I guess we can play c6, c5 for now, yeah? c5. Maybe you do this if you feel like your position is bad enough to try to equalize it, quote unquote, by force. Maybe this is what you do. But you're even, I think, slightly worse here. The issue is structurally you are now going to be a bit worse even in endgame, like in positions like this. Let's say rook a c8, I will play rook fc1. It's not very much though. Let's say queen b2. Just try to sell the pawn on c2. I mean, you're still going to lose it, but you're going to try to make it as uncomfortable for white to win it and to trade as many pieces as possible in the process. But I guess we do it with the other rook. And, whoops, sorry, the wrong piece. I'm still going to be, probably I'm going to be taking white here, but it's, no, I mean, it's just fine for black. Okay, and Vidit is, oh, he's taking on e4, interesting. So he decided not to do that, he's taking on e4. And this is now a position where he needs to have a very concrete idea how to proceed, because strategically I think he's in a lot of trouble. Rook F, I like Rook F8. The move Rook F8, what it does is it creates the F8 square for the knight. So after Bishop F5, we will be able to... And also importantly, I thought at first, like, why are we doing this? But we do have this.
Yeah, exactly.
This is what he's playing for. He's playing for the pin along the E file.
The old pin.
Yeah. Can we start with Queen G4 though? What happens if I start with Queen G4 here?
I like Queen G4.
I guess now maybe we include B3, B2 somewhere. Let's say B2, Rook A, B1, and we play... The knight isn't even hanging necessarily. Maybe we can play something clever like Bishop B7. Because I do very much want to establish it on F6. F8 is a decent square, but the best square would be F6, of course. What do we think about this? We still have our extra pawn, which probably falls eventually, but
Yeah.
In the meantime, we will be able to exchange quite a lot of material off the board.
Feels like close but no cigar for white. It feels like we're just...
Let's go back and see if maybe we're missing some options. So if Bishop F5, my first question is, by the way, can we start with this? But I guess
Yeah, this
not.
is what I was also
I guess
thinking.
not. I guess like this isn't great.
Yes.
And maybe even, honestly, maybe even E takes D4 and then Bishop takes D7 isn't great. Although
Yeah.
I would be a little bit worried about allowing this pawn on B2 with the rook on E2, but I guess it's not very much, yeah? Whoops, sorry.
Yeah,
Okay,
I don't imagine Shaq
Yeah.
is too worried.
So Bishop F5, I'm pretty sure we're going Knight F8. And okay, the way to be ambitious here with white is, I guess, now we actually announce that we're playing a full-fledged gambit. And we just play some move like Queen D3 or Queen B2 maybe. B takes A2, we go Queen takes A2, Queen C7, and I don't know, Rook A B1, Rook FC1, some kind of a plan like this. But I don't really feel like this is enough. There's going to be some pressure against the black queen side, but we're not really creating threats, are we?
No.
And we also genuinely have to worry about G7, G5 here. With a knight on F8, famously, I think Bent Larsen was one of the first people who stated that there is no mate in chess if the knight is on F8, right? It's just,
That's actually true.
I'm not kidding, yeah. I think it's an actual quote.
No, I think and
Sorry.
and I think it's an actual rule. If you put your knight on F8, you can just, if your opponent says checkmate, and you just say no, that's
Illegal?
illegal. My knight's on F8 and
Not allowed.
not allowed.
Yeah, so genuinely, once we achieve that, we can very much go back to this idea of playing G5 and breaking the... I mean, here we're kind of winning because we don't even take on G3, we take on E3. Obviously, I made some suboptimal moves along the way, but yeah. This is very nicely calculated by Vidit because...
He'd love a win. Imagine he got off with a win today with black against Shaq. That would put him in a good mood.
Yes, that would be very much...
That would put you in a good mood, wouldn't it? You first game in the tournament, black win against Shaq.
I haven't done that very much in my career.
No, I
I
was
have
going
to
to say.
it's not
You
much.
mean win or just win against Shaq?
I have, now that I think about it, I have actually beaten Shaq with the
I
black
would have
pieces.
thought he's one of your better elite players, let's say, in your
No,
that you've
we've
played.
I mean, I don't actually know my score against Shakriar off the top of my head, but we played lot of decisive games against each
I
other.
was going to say, feels like you would be playing a lot of decisive games.
Yeah, this is now suddenly very, very sharpened.
Who did you draw against all the time?
Um,
Who was your draw guy?
Mickey?
Mickey, right? Yeah.
At some point, I think Mickey, certainly not anymore, but there was definitely a period, I think maybe up to the early aughts, noughties, whatever
Noughties, yeah.
Noughties, yeah. I keep on like, it doesn't seem like this should be a word, right?
Yeah,
Doesn't feel like it's a word,
true,
but it is a
yeah.
word. I think he was probably my most common opponent. Like I think I had more
really?
games against him than anybody else, due to the fact that I kept on running into him into World Cups, and we would make 2 reasonably short draws in the classical, and then play long tie breaks of ever diminishing time controls.
And you actually probably started playing him in the late 80s as well, didn't you? Early 90s?
1990.
1990, okay.
Yeah, and I have a story about that, which I think is family friendly enough that I can tell it. I was 13 yet even. That was my first tournament outside of my home country. And I think, honestly, the first time they let me anywhere near a personal computer. The arbiters had a computer which had running on it the program which was, I think, the early precursor, what is now would be, I guess, Swiss Manager, the program which creates pairings. And it would be running constantly in the background, and when a game would finish, somebody would go and enter the result. And I was basically in constant competition with the arbiters. If it wasn't my move, it was basically a race between me and the arbiters to get to the computer and enter the result, because it would allow me to press some buttons on the computer, and I was a kid, and pressing buttons on the computer was very, very attractive to me. And I think I annoyed the entire tournament. I think people hated me with a deep passion, including Mickey. And Mickey played me in the last round with the white pieces. I needed a draw in that game to get an IM norm.
Oh, right, okay.
And I was told many, many years later that Mickey told some people, I'm playing this kid, he is not getting the norm. He's just not getting the norm, trust me. And I did not get I did not get the norm, no.
No, Mickey was, he's, what is he, 3 or 4 years older than you?
4, I think.
4, yeah.
4, I think. Yeah.
So he would have been actually considerably stronger than you at that stage as well?
No
contest. Okay.
Yeah, I mean, he was much, much better than me in chess at the time, yeah.
And you actually played all the way from 1990.
That was in Oakham. I didn't.
In Oakham, yeah.
It was in Oakham, yeah.
Basically, your last game was only a few years ago, would have guessed. Maybe not that long ago.
Yeah, we played somewhere reasonably recently. I can't recall exactly where, but we played somewhere
So
recently.
we're talking about
30-ish years.
30 years.
Yeah, Queen G4 chosen by...
Queen G4 in the meantime. Sorry, I like to pad out the commentary a little bit because it's interesting. We've got one of the greatest players of all time here who's got fantastic stories and relationship with a lot of the players playing in this event. So it's always interesting to hear Peter's funny little anecdotes and stories. Queen G4, nonetheless, as you said.
My pick was B2 followed by Bishop B7, but I'm sure there are other options available. I just don't like, my point was, I don't particularly like these structures if they don't work out immediately by force for black. If the B3 pawn survives, for instance, here it's just going to be much worse.
Yes.
Most likely. So I prefer solutions which don't really involve black landing in these types of solutions and in these types of positions. So B2, Rook A, B1, and specifically I thought this makes a lot of sense. Bishop B7. Yeah. I'm guessing white kind of has to take on E7 and then play something like Bishop D3 followed by Queen E2 and Rook takes B2. But in the meantime, I will start digging in the center, right? I get to play C5. I get to break open the central pawns. It's unlikely white can actually manage to play D4, D5 here. I don't think this happens. So what ends up happening is some kind of a trade like this will happen. The pawn on B2 probably will actually get dropped, even though Bishop D3 is probably not the move. And here, I'm not even sure I'm winning the B2 pawn back. Let's make a better move. Let's put it, I don't know, on f5. Knight f6, queen e2. I blundered queen
Yeah, you
takes.
blundered it
I
again.
blundered queen takes d4 again. It's a bit awkward.
Yeah.
Weirdly, it's a bit awkward.
Yeah, I'm a little bit concerned here for Shakhriyar, actually, because we're lacking just a little bit of oomph
Yeah.
in our attacking options here. And when the attack fizzles, as Peter said, we can be ever so slightly worse in some endings. So I'm not in love with White's position here.
No, not anymore. Yeah.
All right.
Not anymore. I really enjoyed like the imagination required to play c4, knight d2, and knight takes c4 in that position where you had other options which seemed perfectly healthy. I very much like the spirit in which Shah is playing this game, but I currently think that it is at the very least completely fine, and maybe even pushing for a little bit, because yeah, I can't currently seem to find. Hang on,
Bishop e7, bishop f5.
he hasn't played b2 though. This
Oh,
is, but I
wow.
guess he keeps it in reserve. I guess he
I guess he
doesn't
can
really.
still do it, yeah.
He doesn't really need to. Bishop f5. We can do it now.
Yes.
Although yeah, we can. No, now maybe you have to calculate bishop takes d7
Yes.
though. If I play b2 here, I think bishop takes d7, ba1, and simply rook takes a1. Oh no, this doesn't work. I have bishop takes f2.
Oh, and this
Yeah,
queen
I have bishop
b2.
takes f2. This doesn't work at all. Okay,
Yes.
so we can still include b2, rook a, b1 if we want to. So we go b2, rook a, b1. We go bishop takes h4, I guess. Although bishop d7, rook, let's say e7, I have this move, yeah. But am I happy with this move? Now I'm definitely not winning the pawn on b2. This looks lost. This pawn will survive now.
Yeah, and a2 is dropping.
Yeah, I'm just going to triple on the b file. I will also play queen a5 takes a2, and then I will push a4. And like,
Yeah.
this looks lost. Okay, so we're not playing bishop takes c6. We are instead playing bishop f5 back. But then black plays bishop f6, and black plays c6, c5 next move. And once again, it might survive. And if it survives, it is not going to be good news for white.
It's a monster.
Okay. Now this is suddenly very, very concrete and unclear. And of course, I am sort of completely ignoring the option of queen takes h4, but that's because it's just not a good square for this queen. It now, in particular with the knight on f6, it's going to take 3 moves to get to e2 instead of 1. And in the meantime, black will be trying to, c6, c5 is a plan, but also I could maybe even entertain some ideas of a rook lift via the d5 square towards b5, just to say I am not going to give you the b2 pawn for free at all.
Even after queen f4, knight d5, knight c3.
Oh yeah,
Comes
95,
in.
95, knight c3 is very strong.
No, this is
This feels like danger for white.
very big danger.
Yeah, I really don't see any comfortable way of equalizing this after b2, and b2 has to be very much on Vidit's mind.
And Vidit looks very relaxed. We can see the video there. I mean, in general, he's not a player that I feel you see overly stressed at the board. I mean, yes, when he makes a really big blunder, we've seen it, but in general, I think he's got a pretty good nervous system.
Yeah, he is very emotive after the game.
After the game,
but
yeah.
not during the game. And I think he keeps himself very much in check during the game.
Well, that's illegal. Yeah, I mean, sorry, another bad chess joke. Sorry.
Is there any other kind?
I've got plenty
Is
throughout
there-
the
is
tour.
there-
I'm going
is there
to
any other
stagger them daily so that I don't use up my whole arsenal. That was pretty good. Pretty proud of that one.
That is good.
Yeah,
That
yeah.
is very good.
All right, moving on.
Moving
Should we look at the kids?
yeah, swiftly on. The endgame, whoa, okay, there's been a change of structure. And honestly, this type of... It's still pretty solid for black, but I feel like white made kind of all the runnings so far. Let's
Yeah.
see how they got here. So we were talking about this position, and we were saying knight takes d3, bishop takes d3, bishop c5 looks very logical. Of course, the move I should have mentioned when we mentioned this for the first time was the move bishop d2.
Yes.
White is very much interested in this. But after b7, b6, I understand the reluctance to play b7, b6. But you gain so much by getting a bishop to c5 and driving the bishop away from e3 that I think this still was kind of vastly preferable to not doing it. Bishop e7, g3, king f7, bishop h3, rook d8, king e2. It feels like we're kind of refusing to solve any of our issues. And when he finally decided to change the structure, he did it in this way. And now, let's say I go f3, f4. This is becoming pretty annoying for black, I would say. This is the way you lose these endgames, I think. You fail to trade pieces, you failed to shift white's pieces from the good squares that they occupy, and then your center starts getting under pressure. For instance, I'm not sure if e5 is already hanging, like if I make some kind of a waiting move. I am not sure with white I would be very interested in just winning this pawn, because this suddenly gives black a lot of, like, there's tactical counterplay. There's also even positional counterplay,
Yes.
because the bishops now have very good diagonals. But we can just slowly continue improving our position, something like rook hf1, I don't know, rook ac1, b2, b3 might be a useful move. But for black, the pressure against the pawn on e5 is constant, and you don't really know what to do with it, because if you end up having to play ef4, gf4, this center is going to be a massive, massive problem going
Yes.
forward. There's also a semi-open g file for the white rooks. This is not great.
No.
This is not great at all. I think it has been played kind of way too slowly by Shreyas. I think he should have done more to resolve the tensions in the center. I don't like this for black anymore. I think it's clearly at least a little bit better for white. Okay, elsewhere.
Okay, moving on. Ah, yes, Gawain against Mickey.
Yeah, this is kind of better for white than they deserved, I think. How did we get here? So Mickey played rook f8. White played g3. The knight went to g6. Bishop d5, knight e7, bishop b3. It's not that white necessarily is a lot better anymore, but it's clearly an improvement compared to what some of the other positions we were describing. Like, let's say you go rook a d8, and if white plays g3, I thought we could maybe even entertain the ideas of going to d3, because I think we have enough support for that square. I would have preferred not to go back to g6, and in particular not to go to e7. e7 doesn't seem like a very good
Feels
square.
a little bit negative and a bit passive, doesn't it?
Yeah,
by
it's
Mickey?
still fine. It's not panic stations by any stretch. You can go rook a d8. You can maybe go bishop b6 here. The issue is, after b5, you might have to give up the bishop pair. But I don't know if we are all that worried about it, to be honest. It's very solid, right?
Yeah.
Yeah. So I guess we go bishop b6 for the time being. We've one good thing that happened is Mickey played h6, so you no longer have to worry about knight g5 in any of these positions. So putting the bishop on e6 makes a lot of sense. And then we want to play king f8, rook a d8 in some order, and it's still a very, very solid position. But it felt like maybe you could have played for more. Yeah, still pretty level. And in the game between
He's a hacker.
yeah, but after bishop c7, he made a move which wouldn't have been my first port of call, I would think, because not only are we offering trades,
wow,
we're trading our one piece that was pressuring the knight on b6. But this is such a beautiful square for the queen. Not this one, this one. I can sort of understand this. We provoke g6, now we traded off the dark squared bishops, so the dark squares around the black king are a bit vulnerable, and we are absolutely now trying to play h4, h5, h6. It's still unpleasant.
Do you know what's quite funny? is that this is the game of Vichikov versus Yu Wenjun. But in the camera, we've got Mickey. And I would argue
Yeah.
that Mickey has made the pawn advance H3, H4, has made most use of it, most effective use of this kind of softener of a king side than almost any other top player. If you study Mickey's games, the number of little H3, H4s he uses just to potentially go H5 and soften. I've studied a lot of Mickey's games. He does that very well. And this move, H4, it's such an annoying move to deal with because
It is, yeah.
you can't go H5 because you weaken G6 and then suddenly there are ideas against G6. And when white does go H5, you're like, well, then what do? Do I allow HG6? Do I allow H6? Do I have to respond with something radical like G5? It's a really annoying concept to deal with as a defender. And oftentimes there's not an easy solution.
Well, what you would like to play here is King G7 followed by Queen F6.
You can't because of H6.
Yeah, but after H5, of course, as you correctly pointed out, this is entirely unplayable. So you might end up having to play something like H7, H6.
Yes.
It's not horrible, though.
No.
But it's a very committal decision, which will not come easily for
I like it.
Yu Wenjun. I think it's probably the way to play because, yes, you generally don't like to allow the softening of the structure like this. But if it ends up with us getting our queen to F6, this solves so many of our problems. This is just such an important square to occupy with our queen, knocking the white queen off the very beautiful porch on F4. Otherwise, I thought maybe we could try something like Rook D1, and Knight D7, trying to play Queen E5 or Queen F6 once again. But I just don't like allowing Knight D5 because we probably cannot tolerate this knight for more than half a move. We probably have to take it immediately. And then we end up in positions like this, which, despite looking, dry, they're not as safe often. Like, if the pawns were on A7 and B6, I would be kind of okay with this. But the way they are, you can immediately see why I'm a bit worried, right? There's all these tactics that you have to constantly pay attention to. Maybe it works out after Knight H5. Maybe you have enough counterplay somehow to justify it. But this is not automatically equal, and you would be quite worried about this. So, yeah, tough decision. And also 20 minutes down on the clock for Yu Wenjun here. This is move 24, I think. So it's still plenty-ish. Half an hour for the last 16 moves, but she won't have too many deep tanks left here. Yeah, she needs to start playing faster. And she's gone Knight D7 immediately without even trading anything on D1, which I think is probably a concession, although not a decisive one by any stretch, but probably a little bit of a concession.
Can you play?
Tell me. There's a fun tactic here.
Yes, I think we're looking at the same thing.
My initial idea was we're planning to play Queen E5 here.
Yes.
But then we have Bishop takes F7.
Yes.
The point being that if you take on F7, your Rook on D8 in the end actually drops. So, and if you play King G7 here, I can even include H5, H6 check, and this is not great. You should never be allowing this. So after H5, I guess the idea is to play Queen F6 probably, which doesn't allow all of those tactical shots, and then we try to get the knight over to E5. My major concern would once again, honestly, be with the move Knight D5. Knight D5, Bishop D5, and here maybe even take with a rook. Because if you play Knight F6, I want to play Rook E5 and then double on the E file, and there's a lot of pressure against the F7 pawn. It still feels like obviously it's a symmetrical position and there aren't very many weaknesses to play against, but if you look at it closer, this is not equal. This is you still have to work after King G7, I don't know, something like Queen F3, and then you have to calculate Rook E7 on every move or some ideas of, I don't know, g4, h5, g5 even. Bishop on b3 is a very strong piece here.
Yeah,
You're in pain.
I'm in pain.
On a deep
On a deep spiritual level.
Yes. I feel you, brother. You should step out of it.
Why? It's going to take years of therapy. The move Rook d6 exists, but I haven't worked out
yes.
what to do against knight e5 just
Yeah,
yet.
I think knight e5 probably solves it. Once again, you're trying to bait me into queen e5, bishop
Correct.
e7. Yeah. Which still works. Yeah.
It still
Which
works, yes.
still absolutely works, and you end up. Although here, because of the rook on d6, we will have to relinquish control over
Yes.
the d file. So maybe there is actually enough compensation. This doesn't look as bad.
No.
No, rook d6. But the bigger issue, I think, is
Knight
knight e5. And then
And how ridiculous is rook f6 here? It's just insane.
king
right?
g7.
Ah, yes, of
And,
course. It's
and we actually pick it up.
it's
We pick it up next move. Yeah, not great. Not great.
it's day one. Give me a chance. I'm warming up. I'm warming up.
Absolutely. There will be plenty of that from both of
Yes.
us in the
I will be
forthcoming-
blundering at least a piece a day. We're not using an engine.
That's I think an unattainable standard for either of us. It's going to be much more than a piece a day.
Absolutely.
Yeah, h5 seems logical, 95 seems logical. Honestly, nothing else feels like it fits the bill because you really don't want to give black queen f6 for free.
Yeah.
Or even knight f6 is also a move that you very much want to be able to play if it doesn't lose you any material. So it has to be, I think, one of those two. Bishop d5 maybe gets an honorary mention. But it's a bit soft.
Yeah, I don't
It's a
like
bit soft. I don't know. It's even, let's say, the best case scenario is this endgame, which honestly you're not winning.
No.
It's pleasant, but you're just not winning it against competent defense. And she is a very, very good technical player.
Absolutely.
Actually, she is.
She really is, yeah.
Yeah.
I'm very curious then what Nikita will do here actually. Very curious. Okay.
Yeah, I think it's a clearly defined choice between h5 and knight d5. And my current thinking is knight d5 has to be stronger. I mean, knight d5, we were looking at this position after bishop d5, rook d5. Maybe knight c5 is an issue, though. Because originally I thought rook e5 is awkward, but after queen d6, you now have to worry about both knight takes b3 and knight d3. And maybe this solves it move by move tactically. Because obviously if we manage to get the bishop and the knight off the board, most of our problems as black will dissipate.
Okay.
Interesting. Yeah, and I like that Nikita is thinking here because there is an advantage. You can feel there is a little bit here for you with white, but you also know that you make a slightly inaccurate decision here and you don't exploit it to the fullest, it's going to disappear. It's not permanent. So you want to be as precise as possible in positions like this. Where does your heart lean?
I was just trying to think of the Russian word for agreed. Is it dogovorilis?
Well played.
There you go.
Well
I don't know why that popped
Yeah.
into my mind, but I wanted to agree with you. And I thought, I used to hear that word. Moving on. So Nikita, by the way, so he's now playing. Do you know where he's living? Because
He's a
don't.
Londoner, I think.
He's in London.
Yes.
Okay. Wow. So he's a local boy.
Absolutely.
I wonder who he's.
Local Matador, as the German newspapers used to describe.
Sorry?
Local Matador.
The Car Matador?
Yeah, I think that's a description of local players that I've seen in German newspapers.
Matador?
Specifically Matador.
Oh,
I was
right.
always. It seems so strange to encounter it in a German sentence. But
Right.
yeah, it's somehow made an impression on me
Okay.
at an impressionable young age, and so yeah, he's a local matador.
All right. Should we matador onto another onto another position?
Okay.
Oh wow.
No, this is clever. Is it? Hang on a second. This is the position, and Shah and Vidit did go down the line we were
Yeah.
describing. B2, bishop takes h4, and Shah, understanding that he is in trouble, has gone for something which is very, very unglamorous. He took on h4, and then he is trying to play queen e2 and take on b2. And obviously the issue here is that
Rook d5. yeah.
rook d5 followed by rook b5. You're not taking
No.
immediately. I guess what you're doing is you're playing queen e2, you're playing rook fd1,
And you pray.
and you're saying that I will be in time with rook d2, rook takes b2.
Yeah.
Which honestly does feel like you will be.
But I then can take on a2. So what if I go queen? Wait, do I have a clever way to do this? No, I don't.
I don't see it.
I don't have.
Now, this is a very good solution by Shah.
I don't have a clever.
When
way.
I was thinking about this roundabout here, I thought you just can't do it because rook d5, b5 is so fast. But I think he assessed it correctly. Queen g4 is very important here. Also, it doesn't really give black a comfortable way to bail out with c5. Although, I guess if you're looking for a bailout with c5, you can go rook a d8, queen e2, c5, rook takes b2, and something like queen d6. And this is very level.
Yes.
This is just very, very level. It's not
Yes.
going. Or you can maybe queen a5 with the intention of meeting rook b5 with queen a6 and using the spin might be a cleverer way of doing the same thing. If you have to play this position, it's just going to be a draw.
Yes.
Black is arguably maybe even a touch better, but you're never really converting this. And this is actually very similar to the structure that Ding and Gukesh.
I was about to say.
Yeah. They ended up playing a very, very similar position towards the back end of their game 4 today. So this, it kind of teased us for a little bit, but Shah, I think absolutely correctly realized the time for, being fanciful and pretending he still has a winning chance is gone, and correctly bailed on the whole thing, and this is now seemingly headed towards equality. Okay.
Mickey. Ooh. The bishop.
Yeah, knight c4, Mickey chose not to play bishop e6, he played knight g6.
A lot of knight moves, Mickey.
Yeah, and the bishop a4. There are definitely occasions where you don't really even mind that doubling of the pawns on c6, but I'm not sure it's one of those. I don't know, it doesn't feel very clean what he's doing, does it?
Who, Mickey?
Yeah, he's kind of failing. He's not really playing for a win, and he's also kind of failing to kill off the game efficiently. He's still giving Gawain a bit of a sniff here, right?
I mean,
Bishop g4.
clean. It feels like. Have you seen those SAS adverts where you do this training to get into the special forces, and you have to go through the mud? That's how clean Mickey's handling of the position looks like.
That's harsh.
He's gone knight. Sorry, he's gone knight. Where was the knight? If you go back 10 moves, not even.
This knight on g6
Yes.
has undergone. Yeah,
It has done more.
It has.
It has traveled more today.
Once again, I'm not sure exactly how family friendly this stream is, so I'm reluctant
It's going to be family
to
friendly.
use the quote I would like to use about this. But there is this original sequence in, I want to say, Skyrim, where there's you wake up on that cart, and you look like you've seen some things. Yeah, this knight has seen some things. Bishop g4 has been played. Yeah. It might actually still be equalizing more or less by force, because let's say we go knight c6, b6, rook d3, and my impression is I can actually go bishop takes f3, rook takes f3, and c6, c5, and just get, because b takes c5, I immediately equalize with knight e5, I think, more or less.
Do you?
I think so. Because rook f4, you actually lose material to the
Oh
move
my
g7,
goodness.
g5. all of this is a bit speculative, though, because I guess we can play something like a2, a3, and say you're still going to end up with some version of a slightly compromised structure on the queen side. But it's difficult for me to imagine how black loses this. It's still very much within the margins of holdable rook endings. I don't think Mickey is in any kind of horrible trouble. Bishop 6, bc6. There's also king g2, which I guess makes those types of endgames slightly more attractive than rook d3 because the rook stays on the open d file. But against king g2, we're not obliged to take immediately. We can maybe go c6, c5 first. He's gone king g2, interesting. We can play c6, c5 anyway, and with the very same idea of meeting b takes c5 with this simplification, and we do win the c pawn back, and we're instantly completely
No, this
fine.
is of course fine.
Yeah, so I guess we
He's
play,
not gonna
I
play
guess we
that.
play c5, and the question is if white goes h3, do we even take on f3? Are we worse after bishop b6? Maybe I'm trying to, you know, grossly overstate white's advantage here. Maybe we
Knight
just go.
a5?
Yeah, neither. Yeah, I mean, if we don't get to play c7, c5 immediately, we might not enjoy this very
Yes.
much. Yeah,
Correct.
Like if white gets to play a3 and rook
Yes.
ac1, we will regret not going for something that is more forcing. Yeah, it's a little bit for Gwaine. Yeah, it's not nothing. I wouldn't call it a massive advantage, but it's not nothing.
I mean, Mickey has spent more time moving that knight on g6 today
Yeah, I wanted to draw errors.
than Kamala Harris spent going on podcasts in the final 3 weeks of her
She's
campaign.
gone on
trial.
what, 3? What are you talking
Precisely. Not enough.
No, that's no. I'm not on board with that argument.
Okay.
Anyway, so this knight
Get my drift.
this knight has done this in this game.
It's an obscene horse.
Yeah, this is I think the current state of this knight.
Look at the state of it. That's modern art.
Look at the absolute state of that knight.
Look at the state of those arrows.
Yeah.
Anyway,
might still be
fine.
Might still be completely fine. We're not going to argue that this is going to be the absolute undoing of Michael Adams today. Probably not.
No, probably not, because Mickey is Mickey. But at the same time, I am a little bit worried for him.
Yeah.
I'm a little bit worried because if he doesn't
touch.
resolve that problem, could be annoying. And he's only got 13 minutes.
Oh yeah.
FYI.
Actually, 51 against 13. This is move 26, so it's not as horrible as you might think. With 30-second increment, this is in effect 20 minutes,
Yes.
not 13, or with the added time if he gets to move 40. But that's not exactly how that works, and yeah, it's a bit annoying. He really, I think, passed up some opportunities to not really even have to solve any problems today, and now he definitely has to. While he's choosing a move here, let's take a look at positions elsewhere. Nikita did play 95, which I thought was the option, and Juvenjun is now trying to figure out if she is obliged to take on d5. I guess the other option would be maybe a move like queen e5 here, trying to maintain some flexibility. And if white wants to play bishop against knight so bad that he chooses this is obviously an improvement because many pieces have come off the board. There's really no pressure against f7. Even these positions are, it's possible to lose them. Famously, Fischer won a structure similar to this against Taimanov in their match. And things have happened to people over the years in these structures, but it's pretty equal. So after queen e5, I suspect what he does is, well, anything else. Queen h6 maybe. Yeah, queen h6, I guess, is the way to pretend you have threats. Like maybe we want to play rook e1, and then knight e7 check, and then pretend that we have a mating attack. Maybe we want to play h4, h5 here. And mainly, we're asking black to make a move, because if you play knight f6, I want to play rook e1. And perhaps there will be some problems for black to coordinate the pieces properly. It's a bit iffy. It feels like it should still hold, but it's a bit iffy. Like I can definitely compose some, study-like things to to lose beautifully for black. Although now I made all of these moves and then I realized there is queen takes f2 here, which is completely fine for black.
Yeah, you could have gone rook e2 instead of bishop take. Rook e2 instead of bishop takes f7.
Oh yeah, that's a much better solution. That is a much better solution. And now after knight g4,
Knight g4,
we have queen takes f8.
Oh, we have queen takes
We have
f8,
queen
yeah.
takes f8 simply, which is a very nice way to cash in, and then we take on bit the next move. Yeah. So it's absolutely possible to compose something which will end up with white winning beautifully.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, none of this is forced. None of this is forced. I guess after rook e1, you actually play queen d6, not queen takes b2 first and foremost. And you know, it wouldn't shock me if this still was kind of okay. But yeah, you have
But
to.
now can you? Yeah, exactly.
you have to worry. You start becoming worried here.
Exactly.
You absolutely start becoming worried here if you're black, because you're being dragged apart here a little bit.
Oh, I don't see the.
No, I think in practical terms you should take on d5, because yeah, it's a little bit too much to ignore that knight for too long. Queen e5, queen h6, unless we can solve this somehow by 4. If we can find a very strong move here for black that we like a great deal. Maybe put a rook on the e-file to stop rook e1 from happening, whichever rook, this rook maybe. And claim that now we are prepared to play knight f6 next move. And h5 we will be, I mean, if all else fails, we can just snap on h5. We're not that worried about this position.
Right.
Maybe this way. She's
thinking.
Down to 24.
That's enough time.
Yeah, still fine. Still fine.
Okay. What else have we got?
We have this, which is a version of the endgame I was talking about. It's interesting that Andrew decided not to go f4 immediately. He chose to play rook ac1, wait for black to play knight f8, and now he's gone bishop c8, rook c8, and f4, allowing black for the time being, at least, not to commit to capturing on f4. I think black is quite happy about being allowed to, for now, preserve the structure in the center. It's still very unpleasant because the bishop on e3 is better than the bishop on e7 in general. It's a much more active piece. The knight on c4 is, I think, quite clearly a much stronger knight than the knight on d7, and white has better central control, but it's still maybe not that much. Still maybe manageable.
How often does white ever want to play f5 in this position, followed by some kind of g4? Yeah.
It's possible, but it kind of it limits your upside, right?
Yes.
You're very locked into this plan of playing like rook cg1, g4, rook takes g4, rook hg1, h5, h6, which is it's a solid plan, but it's extremely telegraphed first and foremost. Also, you've removed all the pressure in the center. You've given me very good advanced warning of what's happening. And honestly, now that you've played f5, I could maybe even make a decent argument for playing c5, playing b6, and then playing something like rook h8, rook h7, and saying, I am ready. I understand it looks very ugly, but you just don't have any pawn breaks apart from your g3, g4, and this probably will not win you the game, right?
As Peter Lecco would say, cemento.
Cemento, yeah, very, very cemento type approach, yeah. c6, c5 is not a move you make, you know, with joy in your heart. But you do make moves like this occasionally just to kind of forget about the queen side altogether. Still very pleasant for white. And it's interesting to me that Shreyas is still thinking, because I really don't want to even consider he takes f4. I guess maybe the other option is something like king e6, but if you're choosing between king e6 and knight d7, I really don't know why you would be choosing king e6. Feels like you're inviting kind of additional trouble by committing with the king to the center like this. Although I don't see any refutation.
I've had a novel idea, if you'll hear me out.
I will.
You know...
I have a choice.
No, you don't have a choice.
Precisely.
You know, you play a game of chess, and during the game you play a move, and you know it's a bad move, and you're really upset. You're disgusted with yourself, actually. But you don't show it to your opponent, because you don't want to reveal that you hated that move. What if there was a way where you could get, you know, a way to sort of punish yourself for that disgust. It's sort of an
Oh,
electric.
this, by the way, has been agreed drawn
That's a
as we
draw.
see on our screen. We'll get to the.
We'll get to it.
Actually, we can. Now that you're on your.
Thinking about just giving yourself a small electric shock, you know? Just imagine there was a room where you could just shock yourself as a punishment for yourself for playing such a poor move. Just as a, you know what I mean?
I do
Just
know.
like
I do know.
Just so you can really feel, and
What I
they'll
want-
teach you never to do it again.
What I want to say about this is, I've known you for decades,
Correct.
and yet you continue surprising me
Yes.
with the plumbing of depth.
I'm just
There's so much plumbing going on here that.
a lot of plumbing.
Yes, and well,
Lot of plumbing.
Good plumbing is hard to find. I'm being told.
Good plumbing is very important, especially as you get older, especially for all the men watching out there. When you're about 40, start getting checked out for your plumbing. Very important.
Public service
And
announcement.
a lot of guys slightly older than me in the
Public
audience
service
will agree,
announcement.
especially certain
and-
grandmaster.
Exactly the line that we were describing actually came onto the board here after Queen G4,
Oh.
moving briefly on from the plumbing, which I have to say I actually introduced into this
Yes, you
conversation,
did.
so I get what I deserve.
Yes.
Rook A8 was chosen, and then C6, C5 as expected, Queen D6, and yeah, as we mentioned, nobody really wins these positions, and soon thereafter, actually, I think, I'm guessing by the fact that the draw was immediately agreed on move 30 here, there is probably a 30-move cutoff in this tournament, which is a kind of an accepted cutoff for where you can start offering draws, and it's not really an unreasonable draw for here at all. Nobody is really going anywhere in this position. So we have our first result in the game of our, I believe, 1 and 2 seeds
Yes.
in the tournament. The top
Correct.
2 seeds playing against each other in round 1 here. Promised to become quite sharp at one point, but
Yeah.
Shahryar correctly assessed that if he continued pressing, he would have been pressing sort of against his own best interest. And he found a way to equalize, and this is the end result.
Oh, and talking of, we might have some special, might. And
Interviews.
I think I will let you,
Oh.
do you want to have a break, would you? Would you like the break?
Well,
sir?
you kind of called dibs on this.
I don't mind. I'm totally okay. Whatever you make the choice.
Go ahead then.
You're sure?
Yeah.
All right. Well, I do believe we're going to get these chaps in. I doubt that.
I don't know if it's one or both of our top SIDs joining us for the stream. We're trying to work it out as it's happening.
Okay. Yes. So
What's the call?
I don't know.
Do
You want to come? Yeah. Okay. So we're going to invite Mr. Vidit and Shahryar Mamajarov
Then I'm definitely
talk about their games.
decamping from here.
But I think this mic is on, right? So we don't need. I think you can. All right, I'll do it. No
Yeah.
problem at all.
Go ahead.
But I'm going to get you guys to. What I'll do is I'll sit there so I can control the mouse, and then you two can sit here. That's hi, Shaq. Hi. I haven't said hello to you. Okay. So, oh look, here we go. Perfect. Perfect. Well, welcome, Arsenal Stadium. Well, that was fun. That was an interesting one. Now, I have to say, first of all, to Shahryar, the Trompovsky. You know, we've got, in fact, he's not here, but Jeremy Hodgson, who is the younger brother of Julian Hodgson, the godfather of the Trompovsky, was sitting here. I think he's gone briefly.
I think he saw Shaq play the Trompovsky and then he just left, you know.
No, he was very happy to see the Trompovsky. You've played the Trompovsky a few times, Shaq, right, over the years?
Yeah, I like to play Trompovsky. It's a very nice, interesting line.
Yeah.
Of course, you took some risk, but okay. I mean, sometimes it's possible to play. Still, white is not bad position. Yeah,
No.
after move two, white is safe. Maybe equal position after bishop g5.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, but his move c6 is a little bit
Very,
surprising. Yeah.
but interesting move. No?
Yes, yeah, I remember this engine showed this move. I mean, for engine, it's good move. But okay, it looks a little bit. I don't know.
Actually, I remember reading a book about traps in my childhood.
Yes.
And in that, there was this line of c6 because the point is like bishop d3, bishop g4, as in the game.
Yes.
Uh,
Yeah.
Knight e2, knight d7. And many people fell with
F4.
f3, bishop h5, c4, you know.
Yes.
And then you just
Take c4 and queen h5. Yeah. Do you want to like this? Yeah.
Yeah, so this is
Finish.
what my preparation was from when I was 8 years old, you know.
Yeah.
And I thought, okay, why not?
Yeah, problem is if not bishop d3, is bishop f5 is coming. I mean, it's,
Yes.
yeah, I don't like bishop f5, but bishop g4, okay, knight e2, yeah, maybe it's, of course, f3, knight f3 also, maybe. Knight d7.
Yep. Knight d7.
Yeah, okay, I want to play f4, yeah, somewhere.
But h3, I can play bishop h5,
f4?
e6,
Oh no. Well, 1 second. Let's put that. So
Yeah,
what?
h3, yeah.
h3,
Yeah, I
H3.
played
bishop h5,
Yes.
f4.
e6,
You did want to do this.
Yeah, I just want to play like knight d2, I mean...
92, okay, bishop g6, let's say.
Yeah, okay, I know it's absolutely okay for black, I mean, I don't know. Okay, of course, this black is okay. I mean, just play.
Yeah, or even bishop e7. I was
Yeah.
confused, like, should I take on e2 or should I play this stone wall kind of
Yes.
position?
We were discussing that. We thought you would take the knight in the end. We had that. Intuition.
Yeah, I'm not so pleased that maybe if I could
I think
change.
it's okay. No.
It's okay, but it's clarifies the position a bit too much. So.
But it was very interesting what happened because you went for e5. Okay.
No, but c4 here. Yeah, why not c4 here? Maybe I must the c4.
c4.
We're active. Yeah, but the active move, but I don't know. After c4, if knight c3 castle is white, is two bishops is good now. But without c4, is two bishops is not strong. I mean, I calculate c4, but I see one line. I mean, e4. Very stupid move. E4
In this position?
Yeah, and bishop c2, queen b6. I mean, it looks strategical. Bad moves for black, but it's no move for white. I mean, castle take b2.
Take b2.
And if bishop b3, his Schultz books take c4, queen a4. Queen a5 is winning bishop. Bishop b3 is bad move.
Yes.
Take c4.
Yes.
Yeah, and is just take and queen check again. Yeah.
Can you play cd5?
CD d5 immediately. I mean, take
Now cd5, can you do?
here. Yeah.
Here?
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. May take. No. Maybe I don't know. It looks take b2. Yeah.
dc?
You want to be take c6 castle, take bishop b3, yeah,
Yeah.
something like this. Yeah, maybe. Maybe it's, I don't know, but easy to say when you play.
Queen c4 is also
Queen
threat.
c4 is a big threat.
Yeah, I mean.
Shaq would like this in blitz for sure.
Yeah,
Right.
no, for sure. No, I calculate many lines. I mean, after c4 is also some checks, bishop b4, queen a5. Okay, I mean, maybe c4 is best move. I don't know. Maybe I need to play
Interesting.
c4. Yeah, active move. c4, knight c3. Because c3 I don't like. Also e4 move. Yeah, you calculate e4 immediately.
Yeah, I mean, I didn't see difference. So I thought maybe better to have h6 included.
Yeah.
Okay. So you went h6, then e4, and
Yeah,
this move,
queen b6 upset. I miss this queen b6.
Yeah, it's unnatural that this move kind of works
They upset
once you've played all these other moves, but it does work. And you,
I mean, that's why white should not play Tromposki. Because queen on b6, attacks b2 always.
yeah, that's true. Yeah, never give the pawn on b2.
Yeah, it's no pawns. I mean, I cannot castle because it's more than pawn. Yeah, I mean,
Yeah.
it's no pawn.
Yeah.
If one pawn is okay, but here is a pawn,
1,000 pawns.
bishop, knight, everything.
So you have to go b3,
Yeah,
right?
b3. Yeah, I don't want to play b3, but it's after b3. Okay, after queen b6, I understand. My position is not very well, not very good, but still is okay. I mean, I think black is absolutely okay here. Of course, castle bishop d6. Yeah, and c4 move. Yeah, if not play c4 is better.
F3?
What
Can
about
you play
f3?
F3?
Yeah,
Yeah.
we were discussing
Rook
f3.
e8,
Knight d2.
queen a5.
Rook a.
Yeah. Okay, let's.
Yeah.
And queen a5. I don't see the after queen a5.
Queen a5.
I'm not so sure that this is so good because
What about b?
fe4,
Okay, if I calculate queen a5 before queen a3, I think, but
Yeah,
knight
before
b3.
queen a3, fe4.
You mean before here, yeah?
Yeah.
Queen a3, knight b3, yeah.
Also, fe4, can I play?
No, the takes I can take c3.
And rook c1.
I think, take everything.
Bishop b4, yeah.
I don't know. I know, of course, it was my main idea is to play f3. I want to play f3, but I think it's very risky. If f3, why I not play immediately? It's better to play inside castle, f3, start. No?
Okay, it's the same, no?
Okay, I have some, maybe, yeah, f3 you want to play castle, yeah? If take e4?
Knight e4.
Hold on. You mean here?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, maybe this castle take e4, knight e4, bishop e4, take d4, knight d2. Just play like this, yeah.
Also, f3, I was thinking I can take on f3.
Yeah.
Queen f3, castles. Castles, rook e8,
Knight d2.
bishop b8.
Like this, yeah.
And try to play queen c7 and something.
Yeah.
Not entirely sure, but possible.
Yeah, it's interesting. We looked at some things. It always looked as though black was okay. Yeah.
Black's position
Yeah.
for sure is okay.
Yeah.
After c4, okay, I think
Yes.
I don't know. C4 looks like I need to play without c4. I don't know. F3 of course is, but yeah,
c4 is
knight
considering
d2.
queen a6 actually,
Queen a6.
like just to keep the tension.
his problem he played d takes c4. Also he said queen e6. I bought not calculator. I just play c4 and I think my
Yeah,
opponent.
queen a6 looks very natural.
I
Here.
don't know. Queen a6. I don't know. I'm normally not afraid move like this because this is maximum one pawn, not more.
No, it's not about pawn actually. I just keep the position like rook e8 and
I don't know. I'm not sure queen e6 is good move. I think d takes c4 is, or some moves like c5. It was c5 is also. I calculate c5.
Wow.
can you take on c5?
And also move queen c6, huh? Yeah, take and take, queen takes c5.
Knight d2, can you do?
Yeah, knight d2. I don't.
Well, how do you take back here?
Queen takes,
Okay.
knight d2.
Yeah, knight d2. Yeah, bishop. Yeah, like this. Yeah, I calculate same. Yeah, I think it's. But also it's queen c7 move. Inside
Yeah.
c5. Yeah. You want to play or not?
And now you
To
can
take-
play f3. Yeah.
No, yeah. No, after queen c, immediately queen c7 inside c5.
You mean here?
To take pawn. I don't know. You
Queen
c5?
c7?
queen c, bishop h2 like g5. But it's line.
To play g5, I see.
Yeah. C5 I am not sure it's good move because anyway I want to play g5 is my idea, and if c5 is d5 pawn is okay. I think some move like knight c3. Here I calculate knight c3 and now queen a5 back.
Wow.
And knight is knight d1 or something like this. I must have. I don't know. Maybe like this. Queen c7 and back.
Can white do f3 after queen c7?
F3 again. F3. Yeah. This move I don't know why. I was afraid to play this move.
It's your style to play f3, no?
Yeah, normally I like to play like this, but in this position, I think if I will play f3, I will lose in few moves. Like this. It's feeling like this. F3 is
Wow.
I don't know. Maybe it's f3 is good.
f3, knight d2 looks completely fine for white, I
Yeah.
think.
Yeah, and now it's okay. Maybe it's g5. Yeah.
g5 bishop
No,
moves.
not yet. Okay, yeah. D takes c4. Absolutely means d takes c4.
Yeah, d takes c4, and then you went for this very interesting. I mean, you can take,
I
right?
can take.
But
yeah.
queen c4, rook e8. And I thought black is better
Mm-hmm.
because I get knight d5, next move. And if he plays move like knight c3 or knight d2, then I have queen a5.
Yeah.
It's very annoying.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was not happy. Knight d2 is a good move, I think.
Yeah,
Knight
knight
d2
d2
very
is good.
interesting,
I
yeah.
thought cb3, ab3 was his point.
Yeah.
cb3 knight e4. Yeah.
ab3, why not?
Again f3. Yeah, you want to play. I don't know. It's rook e8 f3.
Which rook?
I mean,
Because rook e8, knight c4.
Take a7.
Yeah.
Rook F, yeah.
Yeah, and then
No,
f3.
yeah, it's only Rook F.
Rook a7. Rook
I
a7.
mean, okay.
Oh, rook a7 immediately.
Yep.
Okay, I mean, Rook F8, yeah? Rook F.
F8.
Yeah, take.
But f3 now.
Yeah, again, I mean,
Here I was not so sure.
Interesting.
interesting. The problem is when I take 94, I think I like my position of 94. I miss the rook e8 move. I mean, I think 94, yeah. I calculate 94 and inside to take with knight.
So
yeah.
94. Yeah, very interesting.
Yeah, because this line, if we take c2, it's also
Yes.
yeah, knight d6,
Yes.
c5. You
Yes.
calculate this. No.
No.
Today, yeah.
Did you not consider b take c2 at all?
I mean, I considered, but I only saw bc2, knight d6,
c5.
not c5. I was thinking queen b2, and then
No,
trying to
rook
play c1.
No, easy. Rook c1 is better. No. Yeah, rook c1.
Rook F?
Yeah,
Yeah,
of course. It's white is better. But c5 move,
Yes.
not queen b2. c5 is a strong move.
Knight f5, yeah.
Knight e5, I have queen e6 also very good. No, not queen e6. Yeah. Knight e5, I calculate some move like c take d4, I think. Rook b8, rook c8. If knight take d4, rook c8, something like. Queen b2. I mean, this endgame.
Rook c1.
Rook queen b2.
Yeah.
And take is white. Black still maybe some.
I
Yeah.
mean, you're never worse here as black.
Yeah, I mean, black is good position.
So what did you want after
I want
c?
to play very strong move. I calculate one strange but strong move. Take c5, just play normal chess, and bishop g3.
Queen c5, bishop
And
g3.
g3. I just play easy. Save knight in d6 to play rook c1 next. But I am not sure because rook c8, you can still play rook c8, sacrifice this rook. I was afraid this one. I mean, rook c8, and I think black is very good compensation. I don't know. Rook c8 just. I mean,
Now rook c8?
Yeah, I mean, just immediately rook c8. Take
Rooks. Okay,
I
I have to
mean,
take. Yeah, I have to
rook,
take.
knight c8, rook c8, knight e4.
Rook c1.
Knight e4 maybe. Or I mean, this position I am not sure. I mean, knight b6 because I don't know how I will attack. Maybe this one is dangerous. I mean,
Yeah, I should have considered c5 more.
yeah, c5. I don't like c5.
c5, knight c4 is also not a move.
c5, knight c4 is just
Queen a6.
Queen e6. Yeah, it's bad position. Immediately bad position because no pawn and rook c8 is. Yeah, this one is was very important. Also, yeah, I want to play only take c5 and play this because I don't know how I can play. I mean, if knight f5, I don't like take. Rook c8, queen b2 is very passive. No, you sacrifice pawn to play this endgame. No?
Yeah. I should have considered this. Yeah.
Yeah, but I'm not sure. I mean, for engine is okay. Take bishop g3. I mean, take c8, queen d3. I mean, I think for engine is white is okay. I mean, for humans is look pawn c2. You know.
Yeah.
But I think it's black is white is okay in this position. Yeah, okay. In the game, I absolutely miss his move rook e8.
Yeah, so in the game, knight takes
Yeah.
e4. Yeah, this is a very good
because
move.
it's if take e2 pawn
Yes.
immediately.
Queen g4.
No.
Bishop f5.
Bishop f5. Take bishop f5. Very slow.
Yes, we
And
looked at
after
this.
queen c7, queen g4,
Correct.
bishop f6 is coming. Yeah.
Correct.
But yeah, after rook e8, okay, rook e8 is good move. I think position is equal. Bishop f5. Rook e8, bishop. If I queen g4, I play.
Yeah.
Queen why not take b take a2 here? You calculate.
Yeah, later I saw b takes a2. Yeah.
B take a2.
Yeah.
In this position,
Possible. Yeah.
Yeah, why not?
Maybe just rook a2 or.
Rook a2, I am not sure. About rook a2, I am not sure. I calculate. I mean, if rook a2, now you can play some bishop b7, no? Like this.
But it's queen d7 and rook
b1.
b1.
Huh? No, rook b1, yeah. No, okay. I mean, rook a2, if I will play knight f8, yes, just back knight f8.
Bishop f6.
G6.
Okay, rook b1. You have a lot of
Queen
compensation.
c7. I mean, compensation, yeah. But I am not sure how much. I mean, you have no pawns. If my pawns will come a5, but what to do? I mean, I don't see next moves. Yeah, I don't see. any attack plans. I mean, still good compensation for sure. Yeah, I mean, without bishop f6, just play for 2 bishop.
Yeah.
Try to e4, but I don't know. It's not easy. Easy to say is good compensation, but when you play without pawn, a4 bishop b4 move. I mean, still I don't know how I will continue attack. I calculate very strange move after b take a8, but it just looks very strange. B take a2, queen d7, rook e4, queen d6, rook h4, g4.
Wow.
But this looks very strange. I am not sure. You play without this rook, rook h3, king g2, rook h4, king g3, g5, just take a2 pawn. Your rook is very strange. But
No, this cannot be good for white.
yeah, for sure not. But I say I just calculate.
Queen b5?
Not yeah, queen b5 and not 2 pawns. Yeah.
Yeah, queen d3 and
No, of course, but okay, but I don't know. I don't see attacking. I mean, of course, I understand some good compensation for pawn.
can you play bishop f5 again knight f8?
Bishop f8, just knight f8, yeah, same, yeah, and queen c7, yeah, I just not afraid bishop f6, just g6, queen c7, a5, a4, a3, because it attacks very slowly. Yeah? I mean, if g6, h5, I want to play. I mean, I'm not sure it's good, very good compensation. I say, okay, some compensation, but take a2. Yeah, I mean,
Is ba2 bishop h7 a move?
yeah,
No, but queen c7.
yeah, I mean, yeah.
Yeah,
I mean,
no.
Because in the game, bishop e7, bishop e5 is immediately like draw, yeah? Because it's draw. Bishop b take a2, I think is very principal move.
So so b takes a2 was the critical moment then before this continuation.
Yeah, I mean, if black want to play for some advantage, of course, b take a2, but still, it's white is some good compensation. I mean, 2 bishops, but is without pawn is. You know, if I will play e4, my d4 pawn is bad. If you play a4, a5, a3, I mean, these pawns. But still, I'm absolutely sure white is a good compensation.
Did you guys check with engine?
We're not using the engine hardly at all, no. But it looks as though the line that you went down, yes, we did check one.
Yeah, I mean, this one is draw, it's easy draw.
But it was important that you found
Queen G4,
this. Yeah, it was just important.
If I take h4, yeah, I mean, of course, I need to calculate this without.
No, because otherwise, rook d5, rook b5, right?
Yeah,
and you
yeah,
can be, if you're very silly, you can be
But
worse.
there's queen e2 and then rook d1, rook d2.
Yeah.
Exactly. It's important that you, by one, maybe not by one tempo, close.
Also, I absolutely miss. I of course I calculate rook e8, but I miss is bishop f5.
Queen d4?
The queen d4 I miss. Bishop.
Yeah, this is an important.
No,
tactic.
not
No,
here.
no,
Knight
knight
f8.
Sorry, excuse me.
Knight
Knight
f8, a take b3 here.
Yeah,
I
queen
miss
d4,
this. I miss this move. I mean, if not, the white is better. I mean,
Of course, yeah.
of course. Okay, I mean, it's just I see some b take a2, but
Okay. Well, interesting game. The Trompovsky, it's alive. It's alive. It's
yeah, it's very strange because when I play before the game Trompovsky, of course, my mood to play very good, very active chess. When I play draw, I'm every time very happy because after you play Trompovsky, draw is every time very good result. I mean, for this reason, I don't know. I just try today to play this line.
yeah.
We play good, interesting line opening. I mean, okay, draw is good result.
Okay. Yeah, good result. And very quickly with you, Vidit. Obviously, you're here in London. This is a great tournament. A lot of the world is looking at your countryman's progress at the moment. My question to you is: are you in touch with him during the tournament? Are you like because you're friends, right? Do you chat? Do you read? Do you just does he talk to you just to relieve a bit of the pressure? Do you have a phone call, or are you completely separated from his camp?
No, Gukesh has his own.
He's insulated over
he's
there.
insulated,
Okay,
yeah,
okay.
yeah. And also, I don't want to reach out to him.
Okay.
Not to disturb
Right.
him unnecessarily.
Okay.
I mean, if he asks for something, I would be happy to
Okay.
help, but it's up to him, not up to me. Yeah.
That got it. Okay. And this is your first London Chess Classic, right? But
Same for me.
it's your first one, is it?
Same.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, because I don't know how, but
You missed all those. Yeah. because we've had some brilliant tournaments here over the years. When we go back, I mean, Magnus and Vladdy and Vichy all playing. Hikaru has played. So it's a very special tournament. We're very lucky to have it again. And it's a very unusual, playing in a football stadium, it's super unusual. But probably you played once in a football stadium, Shak, no?
Football stadium chess? Or
Yes. No, for chess. Did you ever play the Werder Bremen Bundesliga?
Yeah.
But-
Not only this. I remember we played some World Championship Blitz. We played
right.
in Luzhniki Stadium.
Oh, right, okay.
I one more times. Okay, 3-4 times, but team like Arsenal, of course.
Good team.
Stadium like Emirates. I think is never.
Do you watch football, Vidit, at all?
Not so much anymore.
Are you a cricket guy?
Not as much as Peter.
Not as much as Peter, yeah.
But I'm an Indian, so I have to be.
You
up
have
to
to be
date.
a little bit.
Yeah.
Well, Arsenal are doing very well at the moment, so everybody around here is pretty happy with things. But okay, look, that was an interesting game. Thank you so
Thank
much.
you.
Thank you.
Good luck for the rest of the tournament. Hopefully,
you.
we see you come back.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Hello, everybody. Welcome back. This is round one of this year's 2024 London Chess Classic, sponsored by XTX Markets. We've just seen Vidit and Shahryar Mamedyarov talk about their very interesting draw. 3 games still in play. Looks as though we're going to get a few more draws, but will we get a decisive result, Peter?
It's unclear. I think our best bet in terms of a decisive result is a game between Nikita Vitsugov and Juven Jun, where Nikita is pressing, but he also passed up. There was an interesting little sequence of events there. After 95, as usual, during the break, I kind of do a bit of a line check of what we were talking about on air, and bishop takes d5 was just stronger than queen e5. Rook d5, knight c5 is good, and after bishop takes d5, you can actually invest in playing b7, b5 for one tempo, and then you start playing knight f6, king g7, and there's really not very much here. It's just white isn't quickly developing threats quickly enough. Instead, she played queen e5. Queen b4 is a very good response there by Nikita, correct move. But then after knight f6, I wonder if he just did not see it or whether he actually thought what he is doing is stronger. But he could have played f2, f4 here.
Such an interesting...
Yeah, and the initial tactic, which you could suspect maybe him of missing, but he made another move which absolutely relies on this tactic, so he clearly knows it exists, is if knight takes d5, we have queen takes f8.
Yeah, that's...
And this is how we are not losing material straight away. And that means that after f4, more or less, strictly the only move is queen takes b2. Now we go rook a b1. The only way, actually, to not lose on the spot is now you have to play knight takes d5. And now, once again, we go queen f8,
Yes.
black goes rook takes f8, rook takes b2, and knight takes f4. And white is now in exchange up. Black has 2 pawns for the exchange. Black has a very decent, nicely anchored bishop on c6, which is very important. When you are facing positions where you're in exchange down, it's very, very important that your light pieces have nice setups where they cannot really be challenged very easily and knocked about. And I'm pretty sure he calculated up to this point, and in the end decided instead to play the move rook e1, where once again, just to reiterate, knight d5 is unplayable because of queen takes f8. So black will have to play queen d6, as she has now done, and now knight e7 check. King g7, knight takes c6, and you would very much prefer to take with the queen, but then after rook c1, position actually becomes quite unpleasant because you are struggling, you're basically one tempo short here as black from securing the pawn on b7 properly.
Correct.
And if you lose the pawn on b7, you're obviously in quite a lot of trouble. So
Correct.
you might actually have to take with the pawn. And we've achieved something with white.
Absolutely.
So I really do wonder if Nikita assessed this position and also this position and just chose the one with equal material but with structural advantages that forcing black to recapture on 6 with a pawn gives him. As far as I can tell, the engine disagrees. The engine thinks this isn't very much. I am guessing, at least in part, because there is this pawn on h4, which is, in an endgame, it will not be a problem, but it probably prevents us from keeping the queens on. Because let's say maybe you would like to play queen c3 here, but black will quite happily reply with queen d4, because you don't really have to worry about losing the pawn on c6 when h4 is hanging. So you end up having to play some kind of an endgame like this, and it's obviously very nice for white. You're absolutely the only side ever playing for a win here. But objectively speaking, it is probably closer to a draw than it is to a victory for white. And the position with the exchange up was maybe a slightly better shot. But would be interesting to know how Nikita assessed all of these things.
Indeed.
In the meantime, knight e7 check has been played. King g7 has been played. I don't think there is really very much apart from knight takes c6. You can start with queen c3, but once again, queen d4 exists, and there might even be stronger options available. Something like bishop e4. Oh, no, bishop e4 is not a great move, as we were warning our viewers. There will be
Probably not.
There will be blunders of a full piece every show. and probably multiple.
every coming back after transmission break. Yeah.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
So bishop b4 is not great, but I suspect apart from queen d4, there might be other options. Rook fe8 might be a playable option here, for instance. So this is, I think, currently our best bet in terms of a decisive result. Elsewhere, this is the position in the game between the young uns. Andrew Hong is still clearly the side to choose. White has the more active bishop, the more active rooks. But it seems to me that this should be manageable, in particular if black somehow solves the issue of what to do with the rook on a6. This is just such a horrible piece. If it was, I don't know, somewhere on the d file, you would feel, I think, fairly safe about your position. But as things stand, let's say I play something like bishop c3.
Yeah, I've got ideas of going g4 here as well. Right.
This is very much still on the cards. But sort of more importantly, it's just kind of difficult to make moves. Your pieces don't really make very much sense together.
Right.
The big question is, how unhappy are we about playing bishop b4 and just handing white a protected passer on the a file just to offload some pieces off the board? I don't know. It's a very committal decision. I wouldn't be very confident of doing that.
No.
This is move 29, 8 minutes for white, 12 for black. So both of them not in any kind of serious time trouble.
I think I'll be really interested to see how Shreyas kind of deals with a position like this, where he's clearly slightly more passive, slightly worse. How's he going to deal with a position like this?
Yeah, it's an interesting first round game for somebody who does not really have very much experience playing in these types of round robins. And honestly, so far, I wouldn't call his play exemplary. I think I would have done some things differently if I were in his shoes, but he's showing, I think, very good restraint. He's showing patience. He is not trying to, desperately break out of the cage by, compromising his position. He knows there's probably an unpleasant bit of defense in front of him, and he is kind of girding his loins in preparation for that task. I kind of like what he's doing. The position is still honestly not great. You're not going to enjoy playing this with black, but in terms of his approach, I think it's I would have been a bit more kind of decisive straight out of the opening, where there were options for him roundabout moves 12 to maybe 17, where he refrained from basically making any decisions about the structure or about which pieces to trade, and gave white, I would argue, a bit too much freedom. But since then, I think he's been defending quite admirably. And in the game between Gwen Jones and, well, hang on a second.
Wait, what? Rook d8?
Yeah, we were discussing this on the break, and Rook b2, knight d5, Rook takes e6 followed by knight e7 check is a massive threat. Knight b4 is not a bad move, but after knight f4, the engine was saying you're supposed to play rook c6 here in order to immediately start creating counterplay with rook c2 if the a5 pawn falls. Instead, Mickey made a move which I think he would never have made sort of in his prime, because it just doesn't feel right to put your rook on such a square. Just it's not a feel good move by any stretch. Rook c8 check, king h7. I guess if you go rook dd8,
g6.
there is no
G5,
there is no immediate mate. Hang on.
You lose. No. You almost lose a rook.
No, we lose the entire king side, right? Rook takes h6.
Yeah.
So I guess it's
you have to go g6.
I guess it's g6, yeah. And we can do the same, but there is much less sting in that final rook takes h6 move because it's not a check.
Correct.
And we get to do something proactive.
Still.
And and Gwen instead played rook d7, which is also a very threatening move for black, because
Oh, he wants to provoke rook f6 and then go rook d8, and there's no escape
Yeah,
square.
and now if g6, yeah, whoops, sorry, the king actually gets trapped on g7. But Mickey, absolutely correctly, I think, he's gone rook c6 in response. He realized that he cannot really survive with the rook on a6. And now if white takes on 6 and takes on f7, this is very troubling because the problem is not only have we lost the pawn on f7, we're also now dealing with ideas of knight h5 and knight h6. And yeah, I don't like this.
I don't actually think you survive this as black.
Because black wouldn't really want very many tempi here to be fine. Like rook a2 attacks and frankly picks up the pawn on a4. But your problem is your king side is about to disappear. Something like this will happen. And yeah, I don't think you hold this.
No.
I don't think you hold this. And he was really defending quite well up until that moment. But he left himself, I think he was maybe down to 2 minutes at this point.
Yeah.
And yeah, rook a6 is just not a move. Not a move he would have made, I think, if he had more than 2 minutes here, because I think you realize that the pawn on a5 is just not worth misplacing one of your rooks in such a fashion.
Yeah, this is a really, really uncharacteristic
Rook
decision.
f8, interesting. So Gawain actually calculated. I was about to say that it feels to me that you cannot really continue giving mate because there's rook cc2, but I guess Gawain assessed this probably correctly, that the king runs away quite comfortably via the h3 and g4 squares. And
Have they reached move 40?
yeah, rook f8 is move 40. Mickey still needs to.
Oh, wow, this is a really unpleasant spot for Mickey.
Oh,
Well, because he
Yeah.
has to use all of the... So they get additional time at move 40.
yeah. But I think by this point, it's not even the time. It's just that the position may be too far gone. And honestly, there is only one bad move that I can pinpoint. I would have played some positions early in the game differently. But up until knight b4 and knight f4, everything Mickey was doing was still fine if he continued playing precisely. But he was playing maybe a little bit too slowly, if anything. If could be, you can trace all of these problems to leaving himself very, very little time for the last 15 moves in a position where you still have to work a little bit. And yeah, now I just don't see how you are going to safeguard your king, because as we indicated, rook f6, rook dd8, you have to play rook takes f4, but you're not going to save this position. If you could maybe play knight d3 here, you would have had a shot, but unfortunately for black, the d file is completely impossible to access, and your king side continues falling apart. And yeah, f6, you're going to get mated very, very simply, rook d8, and then, the simplest is mate in one. And yeah, if the f7 pawn falls, g7 falls with it, I think it's just over. I don't see any way to even continue fighting, frankly. Rook ff7 is coming next move, and then the entire structure collapses. Yeah, and Mickey knows. Yeah, you can see he knows.
Mickey often knows.
Yeah.
45 seconds. He's got to make a move, but
There's just I don't see anything you can even try.
This is just one of those horrible moments in chess where you know the inevitable.
Yeah.
At this level, right? We're not talking about.
Yeah. And this night on before, and this was sort of the start of the problems where you were forced into.
Oh wow! What he went for the.
Well, this doesn't allow. I think rook c2 might be actually mate in 15 if you ask the engine.
Oh right, but rook f6 doesn't allow mate.
Well, I take on f4 next move. We were
You're just going to
discussing
give
it,
up,
yeah.
right? Okay.
Rook dd8, rook takes f4,
Right,
but
right.
yeah, it's over. It's not a position you save.
Very importantly, there's no knight d3.
Were you here?
No,
30
I'm
seconds
saying,
ago?
I'm just repeating. Very importantly, there's no knight d3 attacking f2.
Yes. It is very important,
So that's it.
as previously stated. Elsewhere,
Wow.
interesting. Nikita decided not to take on d6, so he's gone queen c3, as we were describing, and instead of queen d4, Juvenjun chose queen f4. I don't really know why we're provoking g3. If I'm entirely honest with our audience, I don't quite understand why g3 would be bad for white. I would actually want to play g3 in pretty much every single position. So this is a bit surprising to me. It's still fine, I guess, but in this position, it looks to me like we're still playing queen d4 as black. So why haven't we? Maybe a bit of a nervy decision there by Jun because at this point she was down to 6-ish minutes for some moves yet, I think, for maybe for 12 moves. And yeah, I think if you're choosing between queen f4 and queen d4, you are, I think, supposed to choose queen d4 every single time. As far as, you know, with the naked eye, I don't really understand why you would not. Knight
Okay,
takes
so-
e6. Is she considering rook d2? I guess the only reason she hasn't taken on 6 yet is this move, which is playable. But she ends up taking on c6, and I'm expecting g3 played a tempo because, I mean, h4 is hanging. We're not giving up on h4. We're not playing h5 here and giving black one more tempo to play rook d2. That would be giving our opponent way too much freedom. And honestly, I don't even know, like, how are we not losing material now with black? Because after queen d4, I will be very interested in the idea of just taking on c6 and taking on a6.
No, absolutely.
Queen takes b2, I mean,
You put the
there,
queen on
there will
f1.
there will be some counterplay, though. I don't know. Rook b1, maybe queen d4, rook e2. Because if we pick up the pawn on a6 here and then don't lose the f2 pawn, we have kind of won the game long term, because that outside passer will decide eventually. So we are very, very interested in trying to do this and in trying to calculate this cleanly and get this to work. Yeah, I don't know. This is the first decision in this game where I'm not sure how she arrived at the idea of playing queen f4. Everything up until that point, some things maybe you could have called inaccuracies, but I could very much understand the thinking behind them. This is the first move in this game where I am not entirely sure what provoked it. Yeah, g3 on the board as expected. And now we will find out what she means, because queen queen d2, it's similar to queen d4. Honestly, even rook ac1 is going to be massively annoying now that you've protected all of my pawns for me. Just rook ac1, queen takes c3, rook takes c3, rook d6, rook e5 or rook c5, or yeah, probably rook c5, try to park it on a5 and go from there. Even this is
Gross.
kind of gross, yeah. Sometimes you don't lose this, but you are suffering for the rest of the game. And also, as already mentioned, I guess maybe her idea is, no, but knight g4 have queen f3, right? It cannot really be the idea. So in terms of playing, yeah, he's gone rook ac1 quite quickly as well. Just not really at all interested in trying to win the game by force here, going to.
How many moves are they in?
This is 32.
Oh, there's still 8 moves.
This is 30 seconds. So 9 for Jun to make and 8 for Nikita. She's down to 3 minutes. She's gone a6, a5, which is, I mean, it has to be on a dark square. I very much endorse the idea of putting it on a dark square, but it feels like this could fall apart. Even ideas, maybe it doesn't work move by move, but I was looking at this line, and now, but there's also knight g4, just the idea of putting all of my pressure on the f7 pawn and trying to collect, but there's a5, a4, there's also knight g4, it's not very clear. Yeah. Rook ed1 is a move you could definitely consider, with the idea
I like this move.
after takes, you no longer have rook d6, right?
Yes.
You have to take, and I want this bishop on f3,
Yes.
actually. I want it not on b3, but on f3, where it creates a lot of pressure. This looks like it might actually just be falling apart move by move here if you calculate this out cleanly. Just not a nice position to have on 3 minutes.
Yeah. I think Nikita's going to find enough there. So we've got suddenly from a round where it looked as though we were maybe going to have one decisive result. I think we're going to have. That's it.
Yeah, and Gwen has already won his game. He
What
did play
did-
Rook DD8, and basically Mickey just did not want to.
Mickey just resigned here. Okay.
Yeah, did not want to resign before move 40, but
Right.
since Rook takes f4 is your only move in this position, there's really not very much
Right.
sense in continuing. So yeah, we have our first decisive game of the round and the tournament with Gwen Jones eventually winning this game where he was clearly the better prepared player. He found a very nice little niche line in a, what did you call this opening?
Scotch Gambit.
The Scotch Gambit. I'm very bad with opening names. In the Scotch Gambit, where honestly at some point it looked like Mickey is completely out of the woods, but
Yeah,
then he went astray.
I really didn't like all these knight moves. I think that
Yeah.
was a really. I think looking back at that game, that can't have been right.
Yeah, that seemed not great.
I thought he was after bishop f5. I thought he'd go.
I was so sure he'll be completely fine.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Chess is tough. Okay, so that's one down. So Nikita also with great chances. And what
Whoa.
about now? This is
Many things have happened. Somehow, the very solid pawn structure that both of these players have had for the entire game has been completely demolished. We left it here. White played king d3, black played bishop d6, rook g1, bishop b5. And you can see the outlines of all of this happening. And honestly, my first impression was this has to be pretty bad for black, because the king will be in the center and potentially attacked by the white rooks, and the f-pawn might start running, but it's just fine.
is it
seemingly.
really?
Yeah. Sorry.
Wowzers.
Seemingly it's just fine. And I think moves are being repeated because my way of making sense of what I can see on my screen is probably this has happened. Has it?
It can't have been king e4.
Or maybe king e4, maybe king f3, I think, is what, yeah. King f3 has been played, and Shreyas, I think, played rook e1. And now we can finally cash in on g7, I guess. Looks like it has to be extremely dangerous for black. Looks like it just cannot possibly be any good, but rook endings are still rook endings, and they are famously very difficult to
Yeah,
play.
but this is where, you know, you flick the engine on and it says it might be equal, but this is just.
Yeah, in
this
practical
is
terms.
so far from equal.
And specifically because of this rook on a6. If it was on like any kind of an active square, I think black is completely fine, even though if you include, let's say, rook takes g7, king d6, white has these passers which look very dangerous, and black isn't really running anywhere. But yeah, the rook on a6 is so poor. I guess rook f1 check is a threat here, though. Like if I play h5 here, it immediately costs me one of my pawns, right? Because king g4 drops the full rook, and if you play king e4, I have rook f4 check followed by rook takes f5. Yeah, it's one of those where 22 seconds, by the way, for Andrew Hong. He's gone king f2. I can see that because you're still asking black to find a good square for that rook, and you always have rook takes g7 as a failsafe. Rook has gone to b1, I believe. I guess time to actually take. You can't really not take on g7 forever. Eventually, your entire previous play was predicated on
Does he
winning.
put the
that
king
pawn.
on b6 or d6? If he put it on b6, I'm very
Should go
confused.
towards the center. Yeah,
If he put it on b6, I'm very confused.
I don't think he has. No.
But it's nice because his blue water ball is blocking
Yeah.
it, and he
No.
has gone king d6.
Yeah,
okay.
king d6. Yeah. If you give black even one tempo, but I mean definitely two tempi to play rook a8, rook f8, black is completely fine. But even one tempo to play rook a8 or rook a b6, rook b2 check is also a very good source of counterplay. Honestly, might just be okay, no matter how threatening it looks, and we might have more interviews incoming, but I guess we'll watch this until move 40 because
Okay.
one of the players is on 30 seconds and it's going to reach move 40 pretty soon. Rook cc2, I understand the idea behind this move. You are kind of safeguarding your king on f2 from future checks. You also probably want to play rook d2 check and kick the king further away from the good squares. Rook b4 is something you would maybe consider, although king g3, no. Yeah, I think it's exactly how you described. I have a suspicion that if I flick the engine on, it will say 0, 0, 0. But it's just not in practical terms. It's just, let me ask it. Yeah, it's 0.1.
Yeah.
But it's just not.
No.
You never ever win this with black, and you lose this, I think, a decent percentage of the time, because it's just difficult to find good moves. And imagine the f-pawn landing on f7, and then you really start panicking. It's very possible rook a8 is playable here, or rook b6 or something. But then let's say rook d2 check. Let me put something on the board. Rook b6, rook d2 check, king c5, f6. It starts looking unplayably dangerous, right? It's just like white is making all the progress. And black is still not really solving any of the issues. I don't know.
Yeah.
Very, very scared for Shreyas
tough,
here.
Yeah. Shreyas.
He does have a lot more time than his
He
opponent,
does.
which is obviously an important facet of what's going on here. But yeah, this is very, very difficult to play.
All right.
Because he has 10 minutes, he
Yes.
probably should spend some time choosing a move here. I guess we'll take a brief break and restructure the setup here. I guess I'll take this one. You can go.
Do you want to take this one?
Yeah,
Okay.
you can take a bit of a break.
All right.
and we'll talk to another guest.
All right. So I'll leave, and we'll see you in a minute with another guest.
Welcome back, and we are in the studio with the author of the first decisive game of the tournament and the early leader of the pack, Gawain Jones. Congratulations on your victory, and yeah, how did you feel about the game? Like, how far did you know, first and foremost?
Quite deep. I remembered bishop takes c1 is the human move, but looks, at least the engine doesn't like it very much. I couldn't really remember why after the game. So yeah, I was lucky to get some prep in.
So there's actually stronger moves here than bishop takes c1, yeah?
Yeah, I think the engine wants rook e8.
Just kind of calmly continue.
Yeah, it's all concrete. Bishop takes
Yeah.
e6. Looks like it's winning a piece, but bishop e6.
Something like this, yeah,
Yeah.
bishop d5 and...
Bishop f4, bishop d5 or f5, yeah, and you regain the piece. So instead, bishop e3,
Whoa!
and then the edge wants b5. But all this is completely impossible to find.
Yeah, this is
0-0, of course. But,
Of course, yeah, it always is, yeah.
Yeah.
But, yeah, this
I
is...
thought a decent practical try.
We actually kind of liked takes on d2 from a practical standpoint, because I
Yeah.
think it solves most of your issues that you want to solve in a practical game, where you just you want to be able to play knight f4 and then develop.
Yeah, no, I thought that what Mickey did, those practical tests, they circumvented quite well, because there are other easy mistakes to make earlier in the game.
Yeah.
I'm not sure about my queen c2. I was trying to get a slightly improved version, but
Yeah, I think it's actually kind of fine for black as far as we could tell. We didn't
Yeah.
really check it with the engine particularly deeply, but we couldn't really find anything for you. I think, honestly, if you want to play this endgame, the version you got is slightly inferior to taking
maybe
on
I should
d2
just take
immediately.
immediately.
Yeah. And having played queen c2, knight f4, we thought you were planning to do something like that.
yeah, I think I simply missed after g6, looking at moves with g3, but bishop e6 is always kind of killing everything.
Not even knight h3 check. Yeah, just,
Well, yeah, there's knight h3 check as well, but
yeah, but bishop e6 is a very,
always these bishop
very
e6
solid
moves.
move.
So
Yeah.
it's-
Yeah, the engine says you can play queen e4, but there's really no
Like queen
particular way
f6.
forward after
Yeah.
queen f6. Yeah, but yeah, the one that we really like, we thought rook f d1 followed by queen takes d2 is an admission that you have nothing at all, sort of.
yeah, it looks like I lost a tempo, but then maybe it's not so clear that. So I thought if I'd taken immediately, then
Okay, yeah.
Mickey's moves were more natural, bishop d7, and just complete his development. Whereas giving him the move, he's got to come up with a plan.
Yeah, maybe.
Like even knight f4, bishop e6 looks more natural here.
Yeah, this is what we
which
thought.
is maybe what he should have done in the game with.
Yeah, as well, yeah. So we get here, and yeah, I think bishop e6 probably equalizes here. I thought rook a d8, I thought was kind of logical as well.
Yeah, then I was trying to. Well, b5 was the move I was wondering about, and bishop back to f1. This is why I went with the f rook.
Yeah, this is actually a very good point because we were extremely mystified by you choosing this rook.
Yeah, it feels like the wrong rook, but this was there's actually also some weird stuff if he takes on g2
Tell me.
after I
Here, yeah, I guess.
yeah.
So,
Well,
This we didn't really-
I couldn't calculate it very well, but I thought better to be able to go bishop f1 and not be my knight hanging
something
with tempo.
starting maybe with knight
Yeah,
d3.
some knight g3, queen d2. I think he should exchange his. Maybe I exchange queens 2 and then bishop h3. And maybe I should have exchanged everything on d8. Is what I was.
Yeah.
Because I think he needs to take with a knight to be defending the f7 square. And then knight g3, bishop h3.
Yeah, and
All this seems
having
really
the
murky,
option,
but yeah.
having the option of bishop f1 might be very useful. Yeah, this we honestly did not really consider properly. And then yeah, knight g2. I thought rook f8 was a bit vague, and also
Yeah, obviously it's very close to equal, but
yeah, in this position, we felt that, I mean, you're the side pushing, so to speak. But if let's say something like bishop e6 happens, we thought
yeah,
it's-
then I wanted knight e5, I think, knight c5.
knight c5, yeah, maybe. I guess, yeah, because if I'm forced to open up the a file for you, it gets a bit awkward for black, I guess, too.
Yeah, I've
I
got
need to
two
play
threats.
both. I need to play both a6 and rook a d8 to equalize on the spot, and I cannot really.
Yeah,
Hmm.
I thought maybe he could just suffer with a IQP, just let me take on e6, but neither structure is what you want, right? So
Hmm. Yeah.
it's going to be a draw, but lots of suffering. to make
Something like rook a d8 here,
Yeah.
simply. Yeah, bishop e6, f e6, and yeah, it's a bit grim, but objectively probably much closer to a draw than to anything else.
Yeah. Okay, kind of a perfect start as well
Yeah.
for white to get
Yeah.
a 2 results.
So
position.
at what point did you feel like you had a pretty good shout?
Why don't I b takes c6, jumping? So I thought what he did seemed logical enough here. It's again, I've got some small advantage, but I thought with c5 he was equalizing or almost equalizing again.
Yeah, 93. Yeah,
yeah.
I thought he's always sort of one tempo short here, right? Because a5 would have been immediately equal if not for the fact that you have the b5 option, which
Yeah.
is why he played c6. But then once again, you play a4 and you have a5, b5 as a response. Otherwise, everything gets
Yeah, I'm sure this position is
yeah,
some
it's-
0-0
yeah, it's
somehow,
still a draw,
but it's
yeah.
but a bit unpleasant, especially as I had a big time advantage.
you know.
I thought, yeah, maybe after a5, b5, he should just take this pawn. Because the structure in the game
Takes
becomes
takes
unpleasant.
and
But you can see ghosts here as well. My b pawn is quite fast.
yeah, it's the knight on g6 is just, you can put it on e5, but even on e5 it doesn't really have any attractive squares, right? It gets a
I
bit
can
awkward.
kick it all the time when I want. My knight is strangely powerful on e3.
Yeah,
c4 and d5 squares.
very nice square.
Yeah.
In fact, even up to here, optically it looks very pleasant for you, but I think it's very defensible still, weirdly.
doesn't-
But yeah, in practical
doesn't
terms, it's
surprise
just
me,
so much easier to play for white.
I wondered if he should have. Could he have played some rook e2 here or even earlier, some doubling? But I wasn't sure what was happening with rook e2 here.
We take, and I
take on
guess we
f2,
run,
and
right?
then yeah, I was slightly scared about him creating some net with
Something
f5
like
or
rook
h5,
bf2,
but
rook bf2 or something. Yeah.
with without taking h2. I was thinking here, I think
even that, yeah, okay.
here I thought knight f4 or something, but okay, I can go rook h1.
Yeah,
So
we do have
I
that.
shouldn't be in trouble, but I was some strange position here.
Yeah. Yeah, you can see how from a purely human standpoint it feels a bit iffy, but I guess after g5, if all else fails, we even maybe have rook takes h6, but
Yeah.
king g7, it's a strange position.
I don't know if he can be really slow with king h7, just defending the pawn, threatening g5. I thought I can always give my knight for a pawn, so I'm not running any risk.
You're not going to be in any kind of trouble, but yeah,
I wonder whether
it's
this
a
was
strange
a
one.
practical
Yeah,
try.
it's no, but and once again, it's easier for me to talk because I have seen things on my screen. But even something like king h7 supposedly is just completely fine still, but
I'm not getting the same tricks as the game. Yeah, makes
yeah,
sense.
just sidestepping the rook 697 fork. But I think, have you spoken to Mickey after the game, or?
Yeah, we spoke briefly.
Because my feeling is both of you probably by this point felt like White has something.
Yeah, I think, well, certainly I have more than, it feels like I've got more than I did a few moves ago. So
the trend is definitely in your favor, and having this position with Black on 2 minutes is not fun. And in particular, if you kind of slowly start believing you're in trouble, it also, I think, influences the way you play. Because I think he kind of panicked a little bit with knight b4, and then in particular this move rook a6, which is just not great. It's still,
yeah, I thought he had to try rook c6. Yeah,
I think it's just fine, honestly.
That's still fine. I think can I exchange rooks and play rook c1?
Yeah, but it holds this, I think it goes like knight b4 and then goes g5 and says,
okay, yeah, this is
rook c5, g5, and if you're forced to go knight h3, it's just basically kind of not worried anymore. As long as it drives your knight to h3, it just says, I'm giving up on a5 and I'm still okay because I have so much activity that it's never really too much trouble. But yeah, I can very much understand how from, optically, you keep on losing that pawn on a5 with Black in these lines, and it's not fun to contemplate. But yeah, rook a6
doesn't care, but to a human,
rook a6 is just
scary.
Yeah,
and this just loses,
great.
right?
Yeah.
I guess, he just missed. I couldn't attack the f7 pawn.
Yeah,
here
I
as
guess he
well.
missed rook d7. Yeah, because rook d8 g6 might be okay for as
I'm
much
just
as much as
just the h6 pawn.
Yeah, rook d7 appears to just be completely killing because this knight on b4 is just so much out of play.
Yeah.
By the time Black manages to put up any kind of a defense on the king side, everything collapses. So
yeah, strange game of domination where my knight has been so much better than that one. It doesn't appear like
e3 versus
justified,
e5.
but
E3 versus e5, and here f4 versus b4 is just so much difference in your favor. So a perfect start for you.
Yeah.
How are you feeling about this tournament? Have you played a bunch in the years when it was running consistently, right?
Yeah, I played quite a few times. I missed last year, but yeah, it's nice to be back on a new venue. But seems very comfortable so far.
Yeah. How much of a football fan are you?
I prefer rugby, so but I support Middlesbrough, so there's no rivalry.
Okay. Yeah. So
different leagues.
Yeah, so the interview of two, frankly, non-football players. But yeah, I mean, it's a magnificent venue. Whatever you feel about the actual sport, and
I think there are a few Spurs fans in the lineup, so
yeah,
they might not be so happy. But
yeah, well, they'll have to grin and bear it. What can you do? Yeah. So yeah, congratulations on your victory today, and we hope to see you here again with more great results in the tournament.
Thank you. Thanks.
We'll be back in. Welcome back.
Welcome back. Yep, we are back. This is round one of the XTX London Chess Classic, and we've reached move 40. 2 games still remain.
And now you can definitely say that one of them looks more promising than the other in terms of producing a decisive result. But we'll begin with the one that is now probably about to fizzle. And there was actually a very important turning point towards the very back end of the first time control. We left it here because we were speaking to Gawain Jones, who beat Mickey Adams in his game. And this is still fine for black, but you have to play very precisely. And the move that Shreyas played here, which is King d5, is actually not great for a very specific reason that rook e2 is very strong. With the idea of playing rook d7 check and then going after the e-pawn, might still be holdable, but becomes very, very challenging for black to hold. Instead, rook d2 check was chosen, and giving black this very active king on e4, and in particular f6 and a very strong move c6, c5. And finally, the rook on a6 is playing. This is a massive, massive relief for Shreyas, and now he should hold quite comfortably. The game continued rook e2, king f5 check, rook g5, king takes f6, rook e5, rook b4, and I think this is the current position, but I think maybe even parking the king on the back rank might be okay. But you can also just play king e6, I guess, rook takes c5, king f6. And eventually, once you've established that you're not going to blunder the skewer, that would be a problem. But as long as you tell your opponent convincingly that you're not about to blunder that skewer, you should be, I think, completely
It'd also
fine.
be. I was also probably blundering mate in one after king d8 is
Yeah,
is
that would
not
also be.
not a
Yeah,
a
and as a kind of a rule of thumb, even if king e8 doesn't lose, which it might, I'm not sure king e8 loses, you don't really want to do this to yourself. So unless there's a very specific reason why king e6 is not to your liking, you should always be in. Well,
does go
okay. Yeah, still okay apparently, but yeah, wouldn't have been my choice. And it's one of those situations where, the temptation to start talking about the, culture and schools of chess and all of that guff is quite strong. But I will restrain myself.
Well, no, I think it's actually a good moment to talk about schools of chess because you came from a school which is very different to our school of chess. You came from what I would call a proper school of chess. The English school of chess is a bit more, let's say, maverick in its ways. Tell us a little bit about how you were taught to approach certain positions, or perhaps the differences that you see between the approach between players that don't come from.
Yeah, it's.
the Soviet
I
Union.
probably should not have brought this up because I'm really not the best person to.
But you were there at the schools.
Absolutely, but my thoughts on this are not. They're all kind of half-formed bits and pieces of ideas. It's just that, like, certain things get drummed into you at an early age.
Yes.
I think honestly, specifically this choice, and I think it will be useful
Yes.
to talk about specifically this choice.
Yes.
It's not even about Soviet chess school or what have you, and the non-Soviet chess school that Shreyas probably is a product of, even though I'm sure, among the people he works with currently, there might be some people who have some relationship to the Soviet chess school. It's more about the new generation just feeling that things are calculable, and there is no particular reason not to play a move. If you are confident in your ability to calculate your way out to a result that satisfies you, you're not bound by all of these, dogmatic ways of thinking about chess. So he played king e8. He thinks after rook takes c5, which is what was played in response. He'll play king f8. Importantly, not only a4 but also h4 are hanging here. So there is a lot of fail safes built into what he's doing here. He can even abandon the pawn on a5 in very many cases because h4 will still get picked up. So he feels quite confident that he will get one of the remaining 2 pawns off the board while not actually getting mated on the back rank. And therefore, he's just not going to trouble himself with the, the ephemera of, making aesthetically pleasing choices. And he is honestly kind of correct, because rook d7 has been played. He will probably already played rook f6 check.
Yeah, it gives...
If you go towards the g pawn and towards the h pawn and you put the king on the h file, you just get perpetual checked along the b file. So what you end up having to do is to put your king on the e file, and then I will play rook e6 check, and I will just take on h4, or even a4 is even better, because I'm no longer in mating nets. So it's just a draw.
Yes.
And if it's just a draw, there is no compunction for him not to kind of break those rules that were so drummed into you when you were a kid. And this comes not from, the accident of him being born in the United Kingdom. If he was born in the United Kingdom, I'm not altogether certain. But simply from, I think, working with computers.
Yeah.
It's just that you've analyzed positions with computers enough that you just feel that the important part is calculating cleanly. And if you calculate cleanly and you are confident enough that you've done the calculating properly, it doesn't really matter if it looks a bit ugly or a bit dangerous. And there's a lot of players who play like this right now, functioning on the circuit. And some of them, possibly are playing the World Championship match right now.
I was going to say, do you think somebody... Here's an interesting question. Do you think Gukesh has ever read a book by Shereshevsky, for example?
You know what? I would say yes.
Okay.
Because I think the way... once again, I'm not particularly familiar with how Gukesh does things. My experience is with Prague and specifically with Ramesh. I've had some sessions where I saw how Ramesh works with children he works with. And I think Ramesh actually has very healthy respect for sort of the old way of doing things.
Right.
He also does things the way he does things. He doesn't rely only on sort of the wisdom of the ages, but he very much is in favor of his charges.
Yes.
Knowing kind of the backstory, knowing the classics, studying the endgames. And I have a feeling it applies very much to the other kids in that generation as well. So honestly, with Gukesh, I would not at all be surprised if he has read game books by Shereshevsky. But I don't know.
I would say that Shreyas has never read a book by Shereshevsky.
No, the more interesting question is, have I read a book by Shereshevsky?
Well, I'll tell you what. Have you not?
No, I haven't actually. No.
Have you not really?
No.
That's quite surprising.
I mean, I think when I began working on endgames, they weren't there yet. Yeah. And then when they became a thing, I kind of decided it's too late for me to become good at endgames. I'm already a kind of a finished product.
Interesting.
And I'm not going to tinker, which is a mistake. I'm not saying any of this with pride. But I
think this might be your downfall, this stream. You've just
I mean,
but you've
how much of a downfall can I have? Like I'm a retired retired commentator. How much further down is there?
But if we think of people like there's Michal Shishin as well. I'm thinking of all the old guard, because when I was growing up, reading those books was seen as sort of, you're a proper chess player if you read those books. And nowadays, I just have got this vision of these guys that just click away, calculate away. There's no dogma, as you said, putting the king on the back rank rather than keep it. It either works or it doesn't, and they're gonna calculate it out. It's simple
Yeah,
as
and
that.
this is the current position,
Yeah.
and you're just not going to lose it.
No, you can't
you
lose.
you put the rook on it. Honestly, you don't even need the a pawn.
No.
You put the rook on h4, and yeah,
Well, you can do anything here, can't you?
like I think you might even put one rook on the back rank and
I would have
stay- and
said rook
stay-
A1
yeah,
here.
yeah, and stay that way. But yeah, you're just fine. You're in no trouble whatsoever. I think with that, conversation that also included some very shameful personal details about my chess career, we should move on to the
Yeah, let's do that.
slightly more promising position in this round. And this, as you can see, is now very troublesome for black. We were discussing this on break because honestly, it took me a while to realize this is as bad as it is because there are ways of dealing with the threat of bishop f5. It's not like bishop f5 actually comes onto the board and wins the game for white. There are ways of parrying that threat, and this is actually one of the ways. Knight c3, the point being that if bishop f5, you have knight e2 check, and the king does not have a square, which doesn't allow black to give either the discover check with knight d4 or check from g3, which immediately saves the game for Juven Jun. But unfortunately for her, after knight c3, you can play king f1. You cannot actually take on a2 because now you will get mated after bishop f5. So king f1, you have to go back to e4. We go king e1. And you're still not getting mated exactly. You can play even c6, c5, because once again, bishop f5, black is just in time to get rid of that bishop. But the bigger problem is white just plays a2, a4, and black suddenly realizes that there is just no way out of this setup. White goes a4, maybe even puts the rook on c7 or a7 in some cases. I think we were checking this. It doesn't need to be on f7 because, let me illustrate it somehow. Let's say we go rook b4, rook a7, knight f6, bishop f5. This kind of a setup is immediate GG because black will never be able to move from f6. The rook triumphantly returns to f7, forces the black rook to b6, and then black will only have moves along the 6th rank, and eventually the white king gets to the c4 square, I guess, and starts picking up everything. And it's interesting and curious to know how much of this Nikita has seen, because we left the game somewhere here, and I was advocating for bishop f3, but actually stopping rook d2 is very important, so I understand why the bishop went to d3, b3, because you need to be able to protect the pawn on a2. And they got to this position. And this is actually move 40. So Nikita did not have to play quickly here at all. And he had the option of playing bishop c4, which absolutely forces rook e1 check. There is really no other move. If you play rook e3, I guess after king h2, you're still struggling to make moves. The pin is just incredibly strong. f7 is a threat. And we also might just start pushing the a-pawn down the board. It just looks kind of ugly. And if black goes rook e1 check, we play king g2, and then we start collecting, and a position might look something like this, which looks winning, frankly, for white. Even if you end up losing the pawn on g3, you will have an outside passer on the a file, and both of these are vulnerable. It looks very, very good. And instead, I think even quite quickly, which is also something that you're generally talking about the Soviet chess school of chess, you're very much advised not to make your 41st move quickly. You're kind of advised to, take a breather, collect your thoughts, kind of reestablish your understanding of what's going on, and you're very much advised, I think, to give yourself a chance to refocus after going through the time travel. But he went for the position he went for really, really quickly. He took on f7, played g4, g5, h5, and you have to assess not only the position they have on the board right now, but also the position after knight c5. Rook f6 check, for instance, king g7, rook c6, and rook takes b2, which I think we established is completely winning for white.
Yeah.
But is it immediately obvious that he's winning?
No.
So honestly, I'm very impressed with how how quickly he got to what I think is just the correct answer in the position. I think what he did is the way to play, and it should, provided he plays precisely, he should actually get him to the desired result. But yeah, I didn't expect the decision to be that easy. In the meantime, after g4, g5, h5, rook takes b2, bishop e6, knight c3. Instead of king f1, he's played bishop c4, which is a move I did not expect. What do we think about this? Obviously, it creates a threat of bishop d3. But what about knight e2 check? Knight e2 check, and I want to put it on f4, which stops both bishop d3, and it stops the ideas of returning the bishop to the f5 square. What's the plan? Is he planning to actually just run towards the center and say, I don't need to play for mate, I have enough threats on the
That must be the idea.
other side of the board?
That must be the idea.
Let's take stock here. There's also rook b4.
I was going to say rook b4, but can you actually get... No, you can't. I was going to say you can almost... No, you can't.
Rook b4. So the choice is, if you play bishop d3, rook takes g4, king h2. I think knight e4 probably just saves,
knight e4. That's
saves
the
the
issue.
game for black,
Yes.
right?
Yes. 100%.
As far as, well, I mean, you still have to find moves in this position. None of your pieces work, actually. I'm still...
You can take on h5 with the king.
Can you? I'm not 100%.
Oh, no, can...
I'm not 100% certain.
Oh, you think... Oh, yeah.
I think we lost.
Oh,
this.
yeah.
I think we
goodness.
lost. So this is still tricky, but I get the feeling something here should actually be a draw somehow. Maybe rook h4 check first.
King g3.
King g3, and now knight
e4 is a check.
King f3. This is mighty confusing, I have to say. I'm still not seeing it.
No.
But rook b4, so there's a choice between bishop d3, and you also can maybe go for this position, right?
Yes. Which feels more human.
Yeah.
And this also looks losing. Totally losing.
I'm not sure.
Why?
Yeah. Honestly, the honest answer is because I checked.
Yes. That's
But-
the reason you know
Yeah.
the truth.
But, yeah.
But
I
no,
mean, we've released, the king on h6 was so poor that I can sort of, I think, maybe make myself believe that this is less.
I just think that no human believes this is holdable. You know, if you put this to any decent player, I would.
The thing is, I think you're losing your a-pawn, is my
Yeah,
is
but
my
I
issue.
can even do. I even like. Am I not winning h6 at some point by force? And maybe I'm not.
I think they're just issues
So
coordinating.
let's say I win king f2. Just humor me.
I want to take on a2 here.
Oh yes,
is
sorry.
my point,
I'm
is my
walking
point.
into the.
And then, even if I will lose the pawn, like, let's say you go rook g6, check, king f8, you go bishop e2, knight c3, bishop f3, and I have to give up on h6. I have a feeling I will not lose the resulting positions because you're, I don't know,
You're
like,
a brave man.
I don't know, knight e4 check.
So for a start, the rook and pawn is not
I
losing?
don't know. I'm very confused by all of this. Once again, I have not read. Like, do I actually lose this? Is my question. The king on f3 is not crossing. Do you get rook f6, rook f5? You probably do get rook f6. I mean, do you?
Wait, it's Zug. It's mutual Zug.
No, I mean you can go the long way around. Eventually, like rook a3, king g3, rook f3, rook f5. But I'm genuinely unsure. I have a feeling this might be a draw. Like my way of holding this would be, I wait for you to get all of your moves in, and No, but this might, yeah, I don't know. And now I guess I go rook e6, rook a5, king h6. And I stay.
King f3,
Yeah, and I put it on a6 and I start
Rook.
giving,
rook d5.
yeah, rook a4.
So check,
Check, I go king h7. If
Rook
you put it
g6.
here, I go rook a5.
king e4.
Yeah, but how are you attacking the pawn? Like,
And now you pass.
how are you going to ever attack the pawn on g5 with
Rook
both of your
e6.
pieces? Yeah, rook e6 though, yeah. Yeah, I think I'm probably already lost this now. After
mean-
rook e6, yeah. No, I very much take your point that this looks like a position that you lose in practical terms,
Yes.
but yeah, we're too far away though.
Way too far.
First and foremost, rook b4 hasn't been played yet, and I think it needs to be played for black to have a chance, because I have a feeling knight e2, king f2. Like, I think this position maybe is worse, because, and once again, my the drummed into me things very much come into play here, but it feels to me like you cannot save this position playing without the king. Even if I actually don't see how I lose after 65.
King e4. Oh, no, sorry, I'm blundering.
King e4 rook b4, yeah.
Yeah, I'm blundering rook b4. Rook
Maybe-
c7.
Rook c7 is strong. Maybe rook f6, rook c6 is pretty strong as well. Yeah. This is still a very difficult position to play for both sides, actually. A lot of intricacies here.
I think Jew's chances of holding this position are less than 25%.
Slim because of how difficult it is.
Yes.
Yeah, slim. And you have to the things you need to compare and choose between are all grim.
Yeah,
This is the issue. Like, all the positions you need to assess and choose from are all potentially just lost on the spot, and it's just such a cheerless task. And we haven't even solved the issue of, like, we know rook b4 is a solution, but I still don't know why this doesn't win. Let's try to at least work this out without switching the engine on. It cannot be knight e4 immediately, because then I think we've established that this position doesn't hold.
yes.
We know this much. So it has to be rook takes g4,
Yes, king h2.
king
only.
h2 specifically, and now yeah, let's work this out. Our two choices here are knight e4 and rook h4. Yeah. We go knight e4. My problem was with, quite simply, white starting to push the a pawn down the board. And how are we supposed to unpin? We can give two checks, but then we appear to be losing to king f3 immediately.
At the end, yeah.
I just don't see how we don't lose.
She's given the check.
I don't like rook
No, this is bad.
Yeah, I don't like rook b1 check. Okay. This is lost. Okay.
No, yeah, no.
No, I meant
this
I meant the
position
one
is
we have
lost.
on the board.
Okay.
So, okay, that explains many things. Apparently, bishop d3 is just winning.
Ah,
Okay. Well, I'm less unhappy about myself now.
Okay.
It's just
and what about her check
it was
in the
glitching.
game?
Yeah. Rook b1, king f2. I guess you play rook d1, but then even rook f6 takes c6 is pretty strong, and maybe king e3 is also pretty decent. This doesn't look like it will fold, right? Rook f6 check, king g7, rook takes c6. And the big try, I guess, is knight takes a2, but then after h6 check, you're just going to, I guess you're losing the h7 pawn, and you're losing the h7 pawn is in such a fashion that it's just, your pieces are just not where they're supposed to be. Yeah, this looks bad.
Yeah,
Looks bad. And just generally, it's such an unpleasant choice to be making rook b1 check, because the one thing you had going for you is the white king being so far away, the white king being cut off on the back rank and not
Yes.
really participating in the game, and you're driving it towards good squares of your own accord
Yes.
here, which is such a miserable thing to have to do.
yes.
Mm.
No, this is
This is. She's not really enjoying herself here,
No,
is she?
no. Yeah, Nikita is still trying to figure out if there's a difference between, let's say, King F2 and King G2. And I guess the point is, if you play King G2, we can go knight D5. And Bishop D... no, that doesn't work because knight F4 I have rook
Yeah, you
takes
can
F4.
take
It
it.
doesn't actually work. My big point is not a point at all, bingo or otherwise. Yeah, well, King F2, like
What's
if
the time situation?
it's let me tell you, it's 10 versus 9
Okay.
or thereabouts. Still plenty on one level, but really not a lot on the other, right?
No.
It's a complicated position, considering it's a 3 against 3 endgame. It's pretty intricate. Lots of variations that we've shown over the past 10 minutes are actually quite tricky. A lot trickier than you would have suspected.
I think she's going to go knight e4 check. And then king e3. Yeah, I can feel it. I can feel it in my bones.
Nice call.
I don't think it's any good, but
Yeah.
but there are no good moves when there are no good moves.
Yeah, you're just in a desperate situation.
She wants king e3, rook e1 check.
Yeah, and this is apparently the strongest play for white, completely winning. And the point is, you want the rook on e1 to be able to play king f3 and not have to worry about this fork.
Holy.
Because you're attacking the rook on e1, and your next move is bishop d3, and then you just win.
And how bad is king d4 instead of
Not bad exactly. I don't think it's...
c5?
Yeah, it gives away some of the advantage. c5, king d5, rook d1 check, but you're still winning after
And
king
you just
d5.
go king e5. Yeah,
you just-
I think this is how a human actually might play this position.
Probably, yeah. I think king e3 with the intention of playing king f3 is a little bit computerish. Sure. Yeah. Yeah, king e3, we knew this was coming, but after rook e1 check, yeah, she's going to play rook e1 check very quickly.
Nikita's going to play king d4, c5.
I think so, yeah. I think so.
You just go up the board.
Yeah. And just briefly, we have not really paid any attention to the Open today, but in the Open, this is the first round. And in the first round of a reasonably large Open, you're not going to get too many close
Well,
games.
you would think not. But you
Yeah.
always get the odd upset nowadays.
10-year-old child who is,
Exactly.
who is going to be 2,500 in 7 months. Yeah,
Exactly.
Yeah.
And especially a tournament like the London Chess Classic. I don't know what the prize fund is, but if it's a good prize fund, which I imagine it might be, you're going to get some young kid from a land far away who's
who's going to be
be
shockingly good at the game. Yeah.
shockingly good. And
Yeah. Yeah. Nikita looking stressed, but I'm very sure he knows he is either completely winning or close to. So
Nikita always looks stressed.
fair. Yeah. I think. But this has been a pretty good game by him.
Yeah.
There were some decisions which you can maybe not even question in a sense of cast aspersions on, but question as in if he comes here and talks to us, I would be interested to know like how he assessed things along the way and like why he chose one of the two options in a position where both looked attractive.
Yeah, absolutely.
But yeah, very nice, pretty clean game. I think he'll be, if he does convert it, which looks likely now, I think he'll have every reason to feel quite happy with himself.
Yeah, I don't see him not converting this. And poor
8.5 minutes against 9.5. But yeah, I mean, it's just
plenty.
yeah. You go towards the center.
Of course.
Yeah, you go towards the center.
Of course. And she will play c5 here
yeah,
because
and rook d1 check.
yeah.
Yeah. No, she's worked all of this out.
Of
She's
course.
pinning her hopes on c5 rook d1 actually helping her enough, but it doesn't seem to. King d3 is also good, but king d5 is stronger.
He's never playing king d3 in a gazillion years.
I don't think so either. Yeah, I think king g5 and then king e5 is extremely logical, because if we talk about that for a sec, after king d5, rook d1, king e5, let's say rook d4, and for instance, bishop d5, you now have the additional problem of if the knight goes anywhere, you actually just give mate because the rook on
Yeah.
f6 is protected.
Exactly.
The rook on f6 would have hung in some previous lines, but it no longer does once the king reaches e5. So black's position becomes sort of additionally desperate because of that little
And-
fact. I guess you go rook e1 here.
Yeah, you go rook e1. This is what I was going to
Yeah,
say.
you go rook e1, but
But there's no good. So now you do the genius. There's no good discovery move, right? So you put the bishop on
how does this work?
so
Bishop e6,
bishop
maybe?
e6.
Bishop e6. Okay, I go c4.
Bishop f.
Knight g3 check.
Sorry. Wait, but is that even? There's nothing. The king coming into f6 is nothing, right? Yeah. So
Yeah, rook d1 check. All happening just as expected. Even this, I mean, we know this is winning, but even this remains kind of difficult. Because you still have to be quite precise to convert this into a full point.
so if I play, let's go back 1 second. So go back to rook e1.
I thought rook f1, but
Yes.
I don't know what it does after rook e3.
Yeah, that's the problem. Rook e3.
Yeah, there was, because obviously with the king so cut off and the a pawn surviving, the if the rooks come off, it's very easily winning. But I don't see how we actually make any progress after rook e3, which is annoying me.
Okay. Wow, maybe it looks so convincing after king e5.
Yeah.
Rook e1.
Yeah, this is all very inhuman. It goes bishop e6,
Yeah, c4.
c4, it goes king d5.
Ah, that's
Now bishop f5 is actually a mating
amazing
threat.
threat.
So you have to play something like knight g3, and then it goes rook somewhere and says, I can also create this mating threat from this side. And yeah, it turns out to be a little bit too much, and you start having to give up material not to get mated on the spot. But yeah,
Okay,
I don't know if that's easy, if I'm honest with you.
Not with 7 minutes, no.
No. Also, it feels like maybe rook d1 check shook him a little bit. Maybe he did not
Really?
see it from afar, or
And can you play king c6 here?
can.
Maybe he'll go for that.
But then rook d4, I guess, right? No, king e5, king e5 played, yeah. Rook e1 will be blitzed out. Yeah. And honestly, we know it's lost, but sort of live in game, I'm not... Oops, I'm sorry. I'm not altogether sure this is so easy.
Wow, this would be quite the save, huh?
Yeah, if she ends up getting away with it, it's going to be quite something. Quite something.
Wow, that would be just
Because,
incredible.
I mean, you see bishop e6. Bishop e6 is not a difficult move. But then the problem is you realize c5, c4 exists. And c5, c4, not only does it start pushing the pawn down the board, it also creates the idea of knight c5 discovered check. And the winning move here is to allow the pawn to continue running forward, sort of. And step into all kinds of checks, like knight c3 check exists, and
Yeah, what's the answer against knight c3 check, by the way?
I'm not even sure. I guess it's king d6, honestly. I think we're playing for mate. I think we're just playing for mate, knight b5 check, king d7, rook d1 check, king e7, and then eventually we... And now, once again, we're also now threatening rook f6, h6, rook f8. Yeah, once it gets to e7, it kind of is game over. We could maybe take a bit of a break because Nikita, very understandably, is
gonna
now
take
pausing after rook
Yes.
king e1, king e5, rook e1, and talk to the two young men who just finished their game. So let's take a brief break and
We'll be right back.
do a bit of an interview.
Hello, everybody, and welcome back. We are joined by our two young participants of the Masters Tournament. We've got Andrew Hong and Shreyas Royal, who had a very fascinating battling draw today. So first, welcome both of you to the commentary booth, London Chess Classic. Matt, I mean, it's a big event for you guys, right? I mean, especially you, Shreyas. Have you played a tournament, like a closed tournament, this strong before?
Actually, I played in this event last year as well.
I mean, barring this event.
Yeah, I think I have.
You might have, yeah.
Might have, yeah.
But I mean, it's
But
up there.
It's still
with,
a rare occasion.
like, yeah. And you, Andrew?
Yeah, of course. I was pleasantly surprised to be invited to this tournament, so
Yeah,
I'll just see how it goes.
that's great. Well, look, you had a battling draw because we've still got the very interesting Nikita game, which looked like it was going to be a Nikita win, but it got very complicated suddenly. We're going to go through your game very quickly. The opening, very fashionable line of the Caro, we're not going to talk too much. We know, yeah, that this move because of G5 now and stuff like this is all the reason why you put the other knight on D2. Peter went into some detail about this. I'm just going to flick through this part because I think the moves here are relatively kind of normal-ish.
But actually, after H4, I wasn't sure if I should play H5 or just ignore him. Somehow I feel like H5 was a bit imprecise.
I thought H5 was correct, but I'm not sure.
But so you didn't go H5?
He did.
No,
go
I
H5.
did.
Oh, you
play.
did go H5. I see what you mean, yeah.
Yes.
So this has been played. Apparently the game Predka Ivanisevic, you played King D8.
King D8.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's one of the ideas looking at for black. But I thought H5 first is also okay. But
Okay.
Yeah, because when I played H5, it wasn't really easy to get King D8 in. For example, after Knight D3,
Yeah.
Knight D3, King D8, I thought maybe there were some Rook H3 ideas.
Wow.
And it's slightly difficult to untangle.
And just park the rook on G3, huh?
Yeah.
Okay.
I thought after Knight D3, I thought taking on D3 probably isn't too much for white. Just take on D3, bishop takes, bishop C5. I mean, I was gonna try maybe like bishop D2, yeah, B6, C3. Try to play this a little bit, but I thought it isn't too much.
Yeah, I also saw this
Yeah.
position, but I thought white has some pressure, and I thought maybe I can equalize without needing to go for this.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a line we looked at, and we thought that was quite interesting, but yeah. But you ended up going bishop E7, G3.
Yeah,
pretty-
after castle bishop H3, became 7 bishop H3. I thought I was very happy here, but then rook D8 king E2, take, and rook H6 is like probably the only move.
If I played Knight C5, what would you do?
I thought take on C8 at the minimum.
As a minimum, yeah, because I was calculating some lines, and
I thought
Knight
just
C5,
just take the
take on
pawn at the
C8.
minimum. Like rook A is forced.
Rook
Yeah.
A is forced because of the 4.
yeah, I saw that line.
But I think this it's at least a pawn. And
Yes, it's a pawn, but I thought I might have some compensation. In the end, I thought it was just unnecessary, and there's
Just
no reason.
unnecessary.
Yeah, there's no reason I should just be a pawn down.
Because he played rook A6, rook AC1,
yeah,
knight F8, okay. Yeah, and after takes F4, it was kind of like, white's for preference, clearly.
yeah.
Yeah.
But the question is, how much of a bite have you actually got here?
Yeah.
It might be a bit of a sort of a deceptive, this position, because I think if you first look, you've got the rook on A6, and it feels like the pressure, but actually black is still very solid here, and
Yeah.
it's it's an advantage, but it's not overwhelming. So, okay, so knight D7.
Yeah, so I thought rook F1 was forced because if I go D4 immediately, take on D4 and knight C5. And I mean, I can take and play knight E5, but he just takes on F4. This is not great at all, I thought. So that's why I thought it was important to go rook F1 first. So
Okay.
after king E6, now I go D4.
Yeah.
And then, so
Yeah, takes. I was thinking about rook a8, yeah, rook a8, but it felt a bit slow because now I'm preparing b5, but he probably has something.
Yeah, I mean, I think this was quite reasonable as well. But
also, actually, knight c5 was one of my possibilities. If I went knight c5, what should you go for?
knight c5, I thought.
Here?
Yes.
Yeah. Knight c5, I thought f5.
King f7.
King f7. And then I have a decision to make here.
Because I wasn't sure if the rook endgame is winning.
Yeah, but I thought e5 looks decent enough. I mean, can go knight b3, but e6 and rook d1. Yeah, I was having no risk regardless, so it's just pleasant to play.
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't think you can allow this, surely, can you, Shreyas? I mean,
it looks a bit dangerous.
It looks a bit too dangerous. Yeah.
Yeah, but I mean, I kind of expected that he would try b5, but I think this f5 and e5 was key, and I thought I still had a lot of pressure.
Okay, so he did go for b5.
Yeah. So yeah, f5, king f7. I thought e5 is key. Yes. I thought I still had a lot of pressure here, but
yes.
Apparently not so much.
No,
apparently. I didn't think he had so much pressure, but I think I misplayed.
Yeah, but after e5, bc, e6, I thought king f8 is maybe slightly more accurate. After take on d7, rook d8 to take on d7 with the rook. Like, maybe this was more accurate, but okay. Looks better to me, but...
Yeah, apparently it's just still not...
Yeah.
Not a lot, basically.
Yeah, but no, but with black, it's easy to make an automatic move king e8 and not even consider other options.
Of course, yeah.
So.
And now suddenly, after rook takes c4, rook b8, rook d1.
I thought I was having some pressure because I always have the g4 and g7's weak, but I don't know. Concretely, it wasn't so simple. So yeah,
king d3 was an interesting decision here.
Yeah, because I thought rook b4 was coming, and it
what
wasn't.
What about rook d3?
Yeah, rook d3 I didn't look at it at all,
okay.
But yeah, I mean, I guess maybe it's possible.
I mean, there are quite a few moves here, but it still feels a bit unpleasant with black. But somehow, this guy here is.
Yeah, but okay. I mean, the options are more or less similar. I just needed to play a bit faster, I think. So, king d3, bishop d6, whatever, rook g1, bishop e5, and here, because, okay, instead of rook g1, I also had bishop c3, because the pawn's not actually hanging. But bishop b4, I thought was probably holding for black.
Mm-hmm.
This is very annoying. So I think rook g1 I have to try. And then, and after bishop e5 he played, I thought it was close to winning, but maybe I'm wrong. It looked super dangerous. Take, g4, takes.
Yeah, so this was my chance to essentially force a draw. So I knew there was some pressure, but I thought, okay, if he's a bit imprecise, then I should get an easy draw. But I mean, he does have some pressure if he's precise.
Yeah, and then I guess maybe I played too much blitz. I was a bit rusty. I mean, I kind of felt that rook g4 is not that great, but I just played it anyways. But even
to be fair, you didn't have so much time, so
but
it's a bit difficult.
I was a little bit played with it in my hand.
So rook cg4 might have given you more chances.
Yeah. I think this was very tricky because just simply my rooks are.
It's a more natural move as well to come over with this. So what compelled you to take with the G rook then?
Oh, that's
a good question.
That's a question I ask myself. But I don't know.
I mean, the rook on c4 is fairly active still. So.
Yeah, sure. But this one here gives you some chances.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Yeah, I think black has to be very precise.
Because if you take on b2 now,
king e4 maybe.
King e4 is actually just winning straight up.
Yeah, that's just
because
I just get the same thing in the game, but my rooks are.
You're much more coordinated. Yeah,
of course.
Because in the game, what happened is after you took, you got a similar kind of thing, but the rooks are just not working.
No, the rook on c4 is misplaced, and I felt it, I could see it, but I still took with the g rook, which I'm very disappointed about, honestly. So
that was and there was just one more moment here. You made a mistake here, Shreyas, with
Move 40.
Move 40, the classic. You had to find some difficult moves. I mean, the position's still in. We could spend hours on this position because it's a really tough position. But
Yeah, actually, I saw this move Rook H1. I thought it was a holding because you can clearly attack on H4 and also threaten a Rook H2.
and yeah, because that's funny. You're threatening the double skewer. Oh no,
Yeah. They're not totally skewers, but yeah.
But
I mean-
the whatever they're called, the
Yeah,
discovered skewer.
I'd seen this, but I thought King D5 was also forcing a draw. I, of course, overlooked Rook E2, which would.
Yeah, Rook E2 is extremely strong.
Yeah.
Just threatening check and winning this pawn.
Yeah, I mean, I kind of saw the move. It's like the thing where when you have like not much time, you kind of see the moves, but
Yeah.
you don't really see them concretely. I just felt like after E4, so I just King E5,
Yeah.
so I have to go Rook E7.
Yes.
And then for some reason, I just didn't feel it was like that great because I thought I was somehow thinking even if I take the pawn, his rook gets activated, like maybe it's still a draw or something. But I mean, it's definitely my best chance. I played Rook D2 check because I kind of had a hallucination. I mean, I had 30 seconds, but F6, C5, and then for some reason, I had no time, but for some reason, when afar, I was thinking that Rook G4 was winning for some reason.
Now?
Yeah, which doesn't make any sense because it doesn't stop Rook F6 at all. But
Yeah.
but I mean, I somehow thought that Rook G4 was cutting off the Rook on A6 or whatever. But
Some kind of hallucination.
yeah, very very poor. Yeah.
Okay. I know we've gone through that quite quickly, chaps, just because we're at the critical stage of the remaining game. But okay, a draw to start could be worse. Could be, could have been a really miserable day. So a draw's a draw.
I mean, could be worse for him. Couldn't have really been worse for.
Well, yes, but plenty of games left, obviously. How are you finding London? Very quickly, Andrew. Have you been before, for example?
Yeah, I was here a month ago for the Global Chess League.
Of course you were.
Yeah, but
we just spoke about it. Just going completely insane. Yes, of
don't
course.
worry, I'm also tired.
No,
so.
I'm just completely. What is it? We're in the 5th hour. This is where things start to get a bit, but you're having fun here.
Yeah, so far so good.
It's cool city. And Shreyas, you are our bright hope, as you know. No pressure. No pressure. You're only like the next big thing.
I hope so too.
Yeah, no, but obviously everybody here hopes that you have a great tournament. And, I know we don't know each other well, but I've been following you and I really wish you all the best. Plenty of chess, plenty of good games to go, though, yeah? So keep it up, both of you. Give it your all the good stuff.
Yes.
All right.
Thank you.
Okay,
And thanks for coming. I know that was a brief one. We'll
of
do,
course.
I'm sure, some more in-depth interviews in the future, in the next games.
Yeah, thank you for having
Cheers,
us.
guys. Thank you.
Hello. And we're back with what feels like now really the conclusion of the final game of the round. Nikita Vitsugov is taking a little bit of a circuitous route to victory there, but he's, I think, going to get there because as you see on your screen, the choices for Juvenjun are kind of sad. You can trade on d7 and play what is really a completely lost position after, let's say, knight c3, bishop b6, and the c5 pawn falls, and then the a pawn runs, and it's just bad, bad, bad. Or you can play rook b2, king takes c5, or bishop g8 actually is made in 16 apparently, but king takes c5 is not really a mistake, but bishop g8 is faster. So yeah, she has to take on d7, but yeah, you're just not saving this position. The king is too far away. But even if it was let's say if the king here is on f6, you definitely have more of a chance, but it feels like even that probably wouldn't have been enough to save this position. Knight c3.
Does king take c5 here win just out of curiosity, or
And
does
then
the
try
knight
to
escape?
capture
Yeah.
the knight. Just don't do it, right? I mean, why?
I mean, it's really bad practice,
Yeah.
but I'm trying to think of a
Honestly, the way to go, I guess, is just to play a4, and if
course it
c4
is.
you play a5,
Just
and
go
then you
a5.
and then you put the bishop on f5, and you just collect everything. Bishop b6 isn't even necessary.
Correct.
It's fine, but a4, I guess, wins faster. Just like get your passers rolling.
Of course.
And yeah, the structure on the king side is so stable for white that you are never worried about allowing some kind of a position where the knight gives itself up for the a pawn and the black king lands on f4, for instance.
Right.
Even if that happens, like you need to be so far behind. Like as long as the c pawn is off the table by that point, this is just not a threat. Yeah, a4 played. Yeah, he's not letting this go.
No.
3 minutes and a half for Nikita against Stu, but yeah, as long as it's not 3 seconds, it really kind of becomes irrelevant here because the calculations are all extremely short and very easy to make. You just push. You just push and it wins. So it looks like we're going to have 2 decisive games in the first round, and white actually, apart from the game between Shach and Vidit, white had a very good outing today.
Agreed.
Yeah, not just the +2 that will be the final result, but as we've just seen in your conversation with Andrew Hong, he also came very close to. Yeah, and there you have it. Yeah, she just resigns here, and not really a moment too soon. Position is completely untenable now. I guess we'll wait and try to maybe have a brief conversation with Nikita. He played a long game, but you know he won, and he should be. I think.
I think I'll let you do that one.
Yeah, in a good
but
enough.
Only in Russian.
Probably not, though. Yeah, it would be interesting to ask him briefly about some crucial moments of this game. But yeah, very nice start for him. He's had, you would have to say, a bit of a rough year and a half. I feel since the match in Astana. I think he was for a number of years one of the main helpers and seconds of Jan Nepomniachtchi. I don't think they are working together anymore, and I think in terms of his personal results, he's had purpler patches than the most recent period. But it's good to see him start with a win. It's always very, very nice to start a strong event with on a positive note. And I think he actually played a very, very nice technical game today. So it would be good to hear from him. If briefly.
Let's see if he comes through.
We're not 100% sure, but we're hoping to see him here. But for the time being, a bit of a wrap up. So what have we seen?
So we've seen actually a pretty interesting day. We've seen some very combative chess actually in all the games, even though they were all very different by nature. There were no extremely dry games. We saw Gawain with some deep preparation that ended up paying off, though I think Mickey's mishandling of the position after being totally fine was really the culprit. We saw, Vidit have really no issues today against Shaq, and Shaq was the one who kind of had to be careful. We just saw the two youngsters as well battle away, and Andrew Hong missing a chance, at least to put serious pressure on. And then we've just seen Nikita also, perhaps in many ways, with the cleanest performance of the day.
Yeah, in some ways.
Yeah.
And looks like we are going to be able to talk to him. So we'll take a brief break and come back to you with the final interview of the day.
All right.
And we're back with our final interview of the day. Nikita Vitsugov, who just completed a long and difficult kind of study-like towards the end game against Juven Jun. Welcome to the studio. What do you think were the critical moments of the game?
The first critical moment obviously was in the opening, where I opted for this bishop b3 because I think
Bishop g5, yeah, I
bishop
guess.
g5, yes, but miraculously black
Old favorites are coming out.
yeah, but
I
you
like.
know, it's really miraculously because black castle, yeah, I take bishop s7, take, yeah, and think it's sort of Syria.
I don't know.
Yeah, it is, yes, and yeah, actually, yes, bishop f7, then bishop c5, but I couldn't recall my notes, and anyway, it's very close to draw. Yeah, it's so
Probably, yeah, should be
Yeah,
quite
yeah.
close to a draw. Yeah.
so bishop b3, and well, of course, obviously, well, it's almost nothing, yeah, but still the game is going on, and well, castle. Yeah, actually, I have a feeling that I was playing up to some moment. I was playing quite a decent game, but well, kind of misplayed it. Well, of course, yes, of course.
We were discussing maybe starting with bishop b3 and not knight c3, but we weren't sure if there's a difference, and if there is a difference, if it's stronger or not to do that. But yeah, knight c3 seems fine, and our original feeling was that it's not very much, but the more we looked at it, the more we realized it's actually not that easy for black. Yeah, you still have to solve some issues.
Yeah, it isn't. And okay, I mean, the main issue is this knight on b6. Yeah. Yes, with pawn on the7, of course, it's just equal. Yeah, but here, yes, I have some questions here. So, yeah, she took on d2.
Yeah, this all seems logical. Bishop c6 seems logical. Rook d1. You still have a little bit, like the engine says knight d7 maybe is stronger than queen e7, but it's not that easy to make such a move. I guess maybe the first critical moment is here. Bishop f4 is. I can understand the desire not to allow queen e5, but maybe there is something stronger here. But I was advocating for bishop d4, but it's not a good move at all. The engine apparently plays rook e1, queen e5, and just plays g3, but I don't know. This doesn't seem very obvious to me at all.
Ah, right, because there is okay, h5 isn't an issue. So yeah, sure. So okay, yeah, because of course, yes, of course, bishop f4 wasn't my intention when I was provoking this g6, but somehow here I realized that it may be not that one-sided. Yeah, I mean, it might become. Well, black also has some ideas. Yeah, so
yeah, queen e5. If you have to play g3, you're never very happy. But after bishop f4, it seems like it's not a lot, right? Rook a d8. It looks very pleasant, but your advantage is. It seems manageable for black, and
definitely. So I played h4, but later, of course, regretted because rook d4 maybe slightly more upline, or no, it's. No, of course, it's for the engine. It's
yeah, the engine pretty much always does this. Allows you to play knight d5, takes on queen e5 here, or even bishop takes d5. The interesting turning point was, I thought I was going to ask you about this. After knight d7, knight d5, and queen e5, which is maybe slightly inaccurate, bishop takes d5, the engine says it's stronger. My question is, in this position, did you consider f4 and...
Of course, yes. I was choosing between rook e1 and f4, and yeah, here rook b1, knight d5, here's this position. Takes, rook b2, knight f4. Well, of course, later I regret it. Yeah, I mean, like, because, the thing is that I kind of thought that queen d6 is just like... seriously worse, yes. So I was thinking about rook 1, queen b2. There, same issue. I mean, it's not.
I mean, you have more pawns. Yeah, there's not.
No, but the thing is that maybe it's even more because knight d5, queen f8, rook f8, rook b2, knight f4.
Actually,
it's-
yeah, G2 is
it's-
hanging in knight d3.
It's really far from being clear, but because I think the only move I have is rook d1, knight g2, bishop g5. That was my intention. And rook d8 doesn't work, bishop f7. So, well, here I had some hopes. Yes.
Yeah, so we get some position like this, and we are hoping to be able to eventually pick up on a6 and.
Maybe black can start with knight takes h4, yeah, bishop c6, bc6, rook b6. Yeah, I mean, it's yeah.
Yeah, and I guess objectively the engine will hold this, but it's not fun for black. Yeah, it's not fun for black. But yeah, the issue with rook e1 is I guess after queen d6, knight e7, king g7. This looks very beautiful, but after queen d4, it's maybe not that much. Yeah, specifically after queen d4.
Okay.
What was your intention here?
Probably take rooks. I mean, like just slowly playing this position. Rook d1 maybe, right? Or
Well,
maybe rook
h4, h4 is going to hang in some positions, right? So,
yeah, of course, yes.
so you can start by this, and I guess maybe we play rook c8 and.
No, the thing is that I just underestimated all this concept with b takes c6 because for some reason I thought that black must kind of you know
Try to play queen c6,
yeah,
and then after rook c1, you're much better. Yeah.
keep this symmetrical structure. No, but the thing is in the game I played queen c3.
Ah, yeah.
Yeah.
Ah, yeah, of course. You started with queen
Yeah,
c6.
I started with queen c3. No, but it's the same. Yes,
Yeah.
queen d4 is there. So
Queen d4 is still there. Yeah, yeah. You can still do it. Queen f4 was a bit of a confusing decision because provoking g3 helps you if anyone. And then I guess my big question was we were watching this live, and somewhere here it's already very unpleasant for her, and she also didn't have much time. And you can see kind of logically getting from this position to this position. And this is move 40.
okay.
You have half an hour here, and you have a choice between bishop c4 and rook takes f7, which you made very quickly. And it looks like it probably is the right choice, but it doesn't look like it's an easy choice. And I was wondering if you, like, were you absolutely sure this is winning when you went for it?
No, of course not. No, but bishop c4, rook e3, then what?
Yeah, I was. Rook e3 just goes king h2 and
Okay.
and collects, because after king f6, rook f7, and rook h7, you still cannot take on g3 with anything because rook e7 check.
Okay.
So it seems like this is strong, but maybe, yeah, driving the king to e5 is not that logical. But I was just curious because I know it took Lawrence and I quite a lot of time to figure out that this is as winning as it is. I think it actually is just winning, because if knight c5, this endgame turns out to just be more or less completely winning because the king never crosses the e file, right? I guess is the point. We want to play rook e3, and if rook e2, I guess we establish the same setup on the fourth, right? What's the, like, how would you continue from here?
I would be thinking. I mean, I'm not sure. Yes, of course, I saw this option for black, but well.
Yeah, but I guess the fact that the king is in the cage and we always get some kind of setup like this, we play b3 before, and then eventually probably the rook comes to e4 and cuts the king off along the e file. But yeah, originally, I guess my question was, it's a kind of a brave decision because what you get in the game somewhere here is a position which, I mean, looks attractive, but it is 3 against 3. And if black manages to set up some kind of a defensive mechanism, it might not be enough. So I thought, I was wondering sort of how confident were you that this will actually be enough for a win?
No, I mean, no confidence at all. I was just playing chess, yes, making my moves. And of course, even, you know, even playing bishop e6, I didn't see bishop c4. So, no, and literally...
I think king f1 is also fine, but...
okay.
I think king f1, knight e4, king e1 is somehow still okay, but bishop c4 is also very strong.
Okay. Yeah, because I almost kind of blundered because I was choosing between rook c7 and rook e7, and only, I mean, like
Where?
last moment I realized that black can just check me. I mean, instead of bishop e6.
Ah, okay. Hang on.
So I didn't. I mean, like up to some moment I didn't see this rook b1.
The rook b1, rook b2, and
yeah,
there's you
knight
cannot
e2.
cross. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So no, and of course I didn't see the point of bishop c4 without taking on f7. So if I did, I probably, I mean, I don't know. Yeah. So
Yeah. And rook b4, you were planning to go bishop d3 here, right? Or rook f6.
I was thinking about rook bishop d3, but then what? Rook g4 and
This actually works.
Knight e4.
We just push.
Because yes, I saw that knight e4, and I mean, it was kind of because yes, otherwise just there is no other option yet. Just a4.
We just push, and there's no way to unpin at all.
Just, totally stuck, yeah.
Yeah, completely stuck. You have to do this, but then after rook e7, you still lose the piece, and it's seems to be completely winning.
Fantastic. No, of course, definitely I would have played rook f6. Definitely, because no, it's the thing I didn't see, and
rook f6, king g7, rook c6, h6. The engine actually, like, I didn't check properly, but it feels like this might be
of course, yes,
a problem. Yeah,
definitely, and that's why I was surprised with her, with the way she played. Yeah, because well, it definitely like very desperate. Yeah, it's I kind of. I mean, I'm not sure if I did her chances, but well, it should be just lost. Yes?
No, I think you played very cleanly, and yeah, there's a study in this position once again, but I think what you did is honestly kind of much more human. The way the engine converts here is bishop e6, c4, king d5, and somehow this works out because the threats of bishop f5 are just too strong. And if after knight g3, it just goes with the rook somewhere and says, okay, now bishop g8 is a threat. But yeah, what you did, I think, is also completely fine. And yeah, the combined threats against h7 and the a pawn eventually are just too strong. So a very nice start of the tournament for you in your home tournament now. How are you feeling about all of this?
Good. Yes.
Yeah.
No, to win a game is.
Especially early, and this is I thought this is more than 10 years ago that we were last here together. Yeah, it's
yes.
So we've had some
13.
Yeah, some experiences in London in 2013, but now it's your home turf, and I feel like a guest here. So how is London treating you?
Well, the public transport, I can't call it ideal. Well, the prices might be a bit too high for for chess players, but like in general, it's all right. Yeah? I like it a lot. Yes, and this lack of sun, rains. Yes, so I feel completely at home.
We were just discussing the St. Petersburg climate with Lawrence on air. Yeah, so yeah, we do feel very at home in that respect in London. So yeah, very good to see you here in good spirits, and I think you played a very, very good game today. Congratulations, and
thank you.
Good luck in the rest of the tournament.
Thank you.
And that's a wrap
That
for
is a wrap.
today with Nikita explaining his very good technical win over Juven Jun. A very nice start for him in his first foray into the London Chess Classic. Very nice to see my old mucker do well today. We'll be back same time tomorrow with round 2 of the London Chess Classic. So find us on the breadth of the internet. We will be somewhere for sure. And we will continue talking about this very exciting tournament at the Emirates. See you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow. Take care.